Here we are. Here we are. Hello, hello, hello. Chapter 17. Surviving Lucem. Is it pronounced Lucem or Lucem? Because I think I've heard someone say pronounce it as Lucem. Lucem sounds better. But here we are, Chapter 17. Surviving Lucem. The Surviving Lucem. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, this is regarded to be one of the more depressing and dark chapters of the game. I don't want to keep my expectations too high, because if it doesn't, hit that expectation, I might end up feeling disappointed. So I want to keep it at a fairly good level. I'm excited, but scared at the same time to experience this. How fun. Oh, very fun. Hey, Gaming Watch. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've been doing well. And for Surviving Lucem, it's the last chapter for the disaster section. I guess like Act 4 of the game. The last chapter of it before you move on to Fate and then Renewal. Man, here we go. Surviving Lucem. Now, in the title of the stream, I did put part 1. Because I mean, seeing this, how this story's been split into 3 parts right here, it's probably going to be like Fake Ascension, where Fake Ascension had 4 parts. So, but I don't know. We'll see exactly just how long this is. Life's been good. Hope yours is. Thank you. Mine's been good as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. It's time. Time to get into this. Sunken in Scarlet. Nightmare of the World. So this is taking place right after all the shit that went down during the last chapter, which was fucking insane, by the way. We lost old boy Hans. We lost Simon. We're on the brink of death. Everything's scorched earth. It's all gone to shit. Alright. Here we go. Nightmare of the World. Whew. Alright, here we go. The Hero Sapiens are crazy. Oh yeah. The punishing virus has evolved to such a state. It's like, if that was happening in real life, that's frightening as fuck. Some people say that life is born from a mother's suffering and grows up in the accompaniment, Jesus, English, great start to the reading, is of torture and is extinguished in sorrow. You simply cannot grow up without sorrow. Because the gifts of fate are hidden on both sides of the road of suffering. If you wish to receive such gifts, you must first step on this road. Alas, that is only what some people say. If you were a baby about to be born, or someone on the verge of death, faced with what was to come, or back turned to what had already transpired, what would fill the depths of your heart? Excitement or fear? If you could start over, would you choose this life? Excitement, easy choice. Easy choice, the easiest choice ever. What? Is this your first time meeting a stranger who wants a conversation for no reason? No, I've never thought about that. I'm just saying you look like someone who thinks about that. If so, I hope you would not regret this decision. You will regret this. 6:20 p.m. The last transport craft here for a rescue mission crashes and causes a massive explosion. A horde of hetero creatures rushes out from the dense smoke, declaring their victory and humanity's loss of air superiority. In the wilderness, with Lee's help, a survivor drags his broken leg as he struggles to escape their capture. Are you nuts? You shouldn't have come here to rescue people. Save your breath and pick up the pace. Though he is being verbally harsh, he does stop for a while to let his companion catch up and seizes that chance to fire bullets at the hetero creatures coming from the sky. It's been over a month since the disaster that happened in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Okay, a month has passed. The humans trapped on the surface still have to rely on this method to survive. The escape plan you propose is crazy. There is almost no chance for us to... He seems still in shock as he talks to Lee while trembling. Letting Lucia use that external thruster to take care of the paratroopers. This is just... He gets interrupted by a beep from Lee's terminal, but Lee doesn't look down to check that device. Instead, he remains vigilant and continues to hunt down the hetero creatures that try to get close. Lucia has found a transport vehicle. She's on her way here. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. What if it's a distress signal? She's the captain of Grey Raven. Forget it. After all, if she could survive a battle like that. Alright then. Let's proceed onward and rendezvous with her. He sighs, then appears to relax ever so slightly. Lee doesn't answer. He focuses his attention on the hetero creatures flying in the sky and continues in the same direction. We need to get them off our trails, or off our tails before we enter the conservation area. They're still coming this way? Of course. You really shouldn't just go charging into the crash site to save people. Those bastards around the transport crafts are going straight for you. You're the reinforcements sent by Babylonia. You're our comrades. He sighs helplessly for having to state the obvious. These were Lucia's exact words. If our commandant was still cautious, the same would surely be said. So I won't leave you behind either. But I heard there aren't enough medical supplies to treat all the wounded in the conservation area. Before we set out, we had already prepared to sacrifice ourselves and recall. Lee stops talking, then lets his companion lean on him and makes haste. If we spend too many medical supplies, eventually most slightly injured people won't be able to recover. If the rescue falters, more people would die on the battlefield. We didn't come all this way from Babylonia just to be a liability for bases here on the surface. That's not for you to worry about. We will take you and the other casualty Lucia brought back to the conservation area for a professional evaluation to assess the necessary provisions. You mean that other member from Great Raven? Liv? She didn't come here with you? She is staying in the conservation area to help tend to the wounded. She's the only qualified medic there now. We weren't able to get a lot of supplies, but we'll at least be able to hold out for a few more days. Had we not saved you, we wouldn't have gotten the supplies secured. People in the conservation area are still waiting for good news from Babylonian reinforcements. Not to mention, saving lives isn't something that requires hesitation. But our surface reinforcement plan has failed once again. Oh, they're in the thick of it. The list of fallen... I'm just reading it at the top. The list of fallen constructs since the Battle of Puglia Forest Park, ruins till date, is hereby disclosed by populated... Oh my god. That is so many constructs dead. Holy shit. It's a massacre. They held off the disaster with their own flesh, pointed away to the destruction of Hetero Hive Mother. They shaped the future of the Earth. Mankind will always remember their sacrifice. Gotta read it all, Zara. No, I'm not gonna read all the names. I'm not reading all the names? No way. How many names are there, though? How many are in each column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44 names in each column. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 44 times 12. That is... That's a... Huh? Is that right? 528? Over 500 constructs dead? Just from Puglia Forest Park? Ah. Holy shit. The prologue of our nightmare finally concludes as the cry of the hetero hive mother echoed through the Puglia Forest Park ruins. The explosion blew the highly concentrated punishing virus around that mother everywhere, covering the entire forest park in the ashes of death. And there's 439 constructs that are still missing. So nearly 1,000, or pretty much, yeah, like nearly 1,000 of them. And more than half of them are slightly more than half of them are dead. The other half being missing. When the magnificent light from the Longinus arsenal finally dissipated, only the charred remains of the hetero hive mother and all those hetero sapiens lurking in the forest were left. But the punishing virus didn't just disappear like that. And the great fire didn't stop the violent hetero creatures and hetero sapiens from running rampant. Dedicated to those who sacrificed their life. No, Hans! 07 for the boy. 07 for the boy. Dang. City's 41 conservation area staff. 5 of them dead. And a total of 27 stranded personnel within 55 kilometers of CPF 40. Dang, bro. Stranded personnel outside the park ruins are not calculated. I see. Jesus. With the CPF 40 destroyed, the tower no longer purified the air of the punishing virus, and those things took to the air, fanning the flames of an already dire situation. Calamity spread like wildfire, and the punishing virus filled the air. Jesus. Hans sacrificed himself just for the Longinus arsenal to blast it. But, jeez. To restore life on Earth, we hope the tragedy of the Great Evacuation won't happen a second time. We shall exhaust all our manpower and transportation capacity to get the victims of this disaster to a safe area farther away from here. The Babylonian citizens have cast their votes, and we decided to go with this decision. Time is of the essence if we are to save lives. Strikehawk and Cerberus will lead this rescue operation and deal with the hostile hetero creatures coming from the sky. Move out, team. The first few rescue operations went well. Saddest chapter ever. Oh no. Oh god. Can really hear the anger from things. Oh man. The first few rescue operations went well. Most Babylonian citizens didn't expect they would have so many strangers here, but quite some lucky ones made it to this place safely. However, calamity ensued shortly afterward. We failed. Many teams reported this last month. They said they saw some hetero creatures with wings that learned how to fly with the help of highly concentrated punishing virus. Now, those things swarmed together and attacked our transport craft. This was our last mission report. We lost contact with the elite squad on the other transport craft. When the residents of Babylonia finally decided to cast aside their worries and accept life on the ground, the sky isn't safe anymore. The path is cut off. Where can people run to? There's no way back now. If they request backup, they'll only repeat our mistake. The elite team, trapped on the surface, volunteers to protect the conservation area and hunt down the hetero creatures and hetero sapiens. Boss, I've dealt with the areas I was asked to clean up. But look at this. Noctis furrows his brows in the mission recording and points to the red tide behind him. Have you read the Liv side story? If you're talking about her interlude, I read her interlude a long time ago. I don't know about the side story. I think I have. Not sure. If you're referring to the one where Vanessa was involved, then yes, I did do a reading of that. Where Liv cuts off her hair. The hetero creatures are coming back to life in the raging tide. Then we'll vaporize the red tide too. The three figures in the recording raise their weapons and approach the red tide. However, another signal stops them in their tracks. This notification is for all the task force members. Judging by the data we've collected, the red tide shows no signs of stopping. Even if you make the red tide evaporate, the punishing virus will remain in the air. When the punishing virus strikes again and corrupts human bodies, the festered flesh will slowly converge and form a new red tide, similar to the liquids those hetero sapiens secrete. Be careful not to let the red tide converge, otherwise we'll have another disaster on our hands. But no need to waste time on the tributaries that haven't converged yet. These will continue to generate so long as there are casualties in the presence of the punishing virus. Asimov, do you think we are cleaning the red tide or the dead that became part of it? No one can answer this question. This is hell on Earth. The entire Earth has become no man's land. This disaster is slowly dragging us into hell. No place to hide. No place to flee. After the fire in the Forest Park ruins goes out, hordes of hetero creatures emerge worldwide. Overwhelming and unstoppable, they slaughter all living beings that stand in their way. Under cascading death, the harm caused by the identified twins, which was a good boss fight by the way, is actually negligible. Oh, also ask for permission about translating your vid to other website, can I? Oh, yeah. You mean me reading through Punching Grey Raven's story? Yeah, actually, yeah, you can do that. That's I've never had anyone ask me that before. Yeah, go ahead, you can do that. I don't know what other website you're talking about, but yeah, okay. You have my permission. Just as long as you leave credits for it, of course. You know, saying the person reading is Zeraphym and stuff like that. After all, gotta leave credits where credits are due. A tide of hetero creatures wanders aimlessly through the wilderness, spreading footprints of grief and death through this rotten land. The twins left among the ashes walk toward the west coast, robbing language and knowledge from dead humans and constructs along the way. Guessing Billy. Oh my god, if it's on Billy, because if you're fairly new with my channel and you're not too familiar with all the other shit I have on my channel, this was originally a music channel of mine that I would make music on, right? Or that I made music and uploaded on. And a majority of my audience is actually from China. And my music is on Billy as well. So if there are people who enjoy my music and also enjoy PGR and then find out that I'm reading this shit, I don't know how that's going to be received. If it is Billy, that's the only foreign website I can think of anyways. Another one I would think of would be Nico, which is Japan's version of YouTube. I don't know any other websites. Just Nico and Billy I know of. Alright. I feel like reading this as if it was done from near reincarnation. Because the people that would narrate in near reincarnation, they always had they were always very calm voices. I feel like narrating in that way. After arriving at the west coast, instead of crossing the sea, they continue to move northward along the coast. They join the barrage of hetero creatures in the battle against humans and constructs stationed in the defense zone, resulting in the destruction of the conservation areas in 37 cities and leaving no survivors. When the garrison sensed that there was no chance of victory, they had no choice but to resort to avoidance tactics, predicting their action trajectory and withdrawing in advance. These predictions are not always accurate. The enemy sometimes acts separately or stays in the same area for a long period of time. But most of the time, the twins and the barrage of hetero creatures explore one city for up to 1 to 3 days before proceeding to the next city. In order to avoid getting ravaged and devastated by the approaching barrage, residents from adjacent cities flee in advance. If the residents couldn't flee in time, they had no choice but to leave their future up to fate to decide. If people choose to leave early because of fear, they will fall into the dilemma of competing for resources with residents of other cities. These hetero creatures are a barrage in every sense of the word, bringing death to the land wherever they inundate. Under such a catastrophe, only one conservation area where the twins passed managed to survive, only by retreating underground had they not drawn the twins' attention. However, when the garrison in the next conservation area attempted to adopt this tactic, they were instead burned to death underground. These creatures grow in wisdom and learn how to use tools, evolving little by little. However, no one can make a conclusive decision as to whether they have feelings and temperament in the biological sense. Just as humans treat vegetation, they regard humans as a natural resource here on Earth. They pick up lone humans like cherishing the seeds and return them to the crowd. Although these humans would die in severe infection after coming into contact with the punishing virus, some people had witnessed the twins' harmless appearance. Like appreciating flowers, the twins also insert the damaged and broken constructs into the dense red tide and tell them with their chilling voices to become whole again. Before they truly understand feelings and benevolence, humans cannot rely on communication. They can only escape the twins' tracks before being plundered. At first, in order to avoid the high concentration of punishing virus on the surface, people planned to migrate to the Arctic Route Union, but these creatures began to venture northward. Do you ever plan on being a big streamer, Zera? I don't know. I mean, streaming has been a lot of fun for me. So I don't know. One thing I did think of doing is just having using or like moving my streams onto a completely different channel. Cause like I have two channels. There's this one, of course, and then I have a personal one where like I don't do anything with it, but just watch a bunch of other random shit on YouTube with, and subscribe to other shit. Like on my other channel, like I've subscribed to like things like to people like Markiplier and shit. But I did have a thought where I would stop streaming on this channel and just do it on the other one, among other things, and not just streams. Like I had thought about it. Because to tell you the truth, I don't know if I've actually said this before, but when I was younger, like way before I thought of even doing music, I did actually used to do like gaming content when I was younger. That channel is long gone though. I've long since deleted it. But I remember I would record gameplay on a really shitty laptop. I'd do like my own edits and shit. So me doing these streams and playing these games on stream kind of makes me feel nostalgic. And part of me kind of like wants to try and give that another go again. But just not on this channel. Because I kind of want to make this channel bring this channel back to just being a music thing. But I don't know. It's just something I have thought about. Either way, streaming has been a lot of fun for me. Like, I've been doing this for like over a year now, and I haven't gotten bored of it since. To be fair though, with music, I've been doing that for more than a year, obviously. And it was only since like the past 2 or 3 years that I've gotten bored with music. Brings back memories. I know somewhere out there is still an old video of me. Yeah. But like, if I were to do things on a separate channel, or maybe even when, because I feel like I might do that at some point. I might actually do that at some point. Like, it wouldn't just be streams. It would be like, maybe like a video of like highlights and clips compiled into one video. I would do that. Maybe even shorts, I don't know. I'm just not sure how I would go about like announcing that sort of thing, because I feel like I'm the kind of person that doesn't really give a shit about a lot of stuff. But part of me is like, if I do a video of saying that shit, like, I feel like other people who came to my channel just for music, they're not gonna give a damn about it, so they're gonna ignore it or whatever. I felt like maybe even announcing it on the stream, but like, I don't know if that'll reach out to enough people who do want to watch just for me. You know? It's something it's just something I've thought about doing. Again, it's been a lot of fun. It's just been a lot of fun for me. Alrighty. With the barrage of the twins and the migrating hetero creatures bringing danger to the northwest, people turned to the southeast for refuge. With the surface buildings in the conservation area lacking airtight ventilation, CPFs can no longer ensure safety in such a high concentration of punishing virus. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection and rescue operations to the constructs. I honestly thought you quit entirely when I saw your last community post, so I just never looked at the live column. Oh. Just from my last community post, eh? I did, yeah, the way I worded it kind of does seem like I would just entirely quit on this channel, eh? So I guess that's on me. I don't know. In regards to music, I don't know if I'm still in this sort of like limbo state where I don't know when I'll ever make another, I don't know when's the next time I'll make another like song, make another project and release it. I feel like even if I were to work on something, it wouldn't be as like high in effort. I don't know. Because I kind of want to, like with music, I just want to feel like doing a project that I want to do, that I feel like doing, rather than just like having to do it. You know what I mean? Because when it comes to streaming, because I'm enjoying it a lot, because I'm enjoying it so much, I'm doing it not because I have to, but because I want to. And with music, and like, I am part of this like label with my music, so of course it's like a job. Music has become like a job for me, but because of that, it's become something that now I have to do rather than wanting to do. But again, it's because it's a job now, so of course I have to do it. So it's not like my management's fault for that sort of thing. Then blame is entirely on me and how I feel. Saying I only ever do something when I get the motivation. Yeah. That's why I'm I'm a person that wishes to like that advocates for doing something that just makes you happy. You know, even if it doesn't make you a whole lot of money or whatever, do it. Whatever makes you happy, keep at it, you know? And what makes me happy, and there's a number of things that can make me happy. Streaming is a lot of fun, like I've said so many times already. But one thing that truly puts a smile on my face, even when I'm having a bad day, is knowing as long as that there's someone I can make smile, if there's someone that I can entertain in any sort of way, even if it's just one person, that's enough to make my day even better. So as long as these streams are giving one person, 2 people, 3, 4, 5 people some source of some modicum of entertainment, that's more than enough for me to be happy, alongside just overall having fun playing the games that I enjoy. Most human beings live in the enclosed basement of the conservation area, leaving the resource collection and rescue operations to the constructs. Even if scavengers are fitted with full sets of protective suits, their movements are still hindered by the threat of hetero creatures. When all the land outside the conservation area becomes entrenched with hidden dangers, supply consumption becomes a new problem. People are in urgent need of rescue, but the transport crafts originally used for rescue only end up turning into fuel time and again. We are forced to step into the eternal night of death, and with different languages and bodies, roar as one in the afterburn of dawn. There is always someone. I remember seeing someone comment on your community post months later and said they never caught you when you were still producing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's always someone. As long as my stuff stays on my channel, there's always going to be new people who will come in. There's always going to be someone, right? Whether they enjoy my music or these streams. I'm really appreciative of those who are like it doesn't matter whether or not I stop music and move to streaming or whatever, that they'll enjoy what I do no matter what. So it's nice. There's a few like older subscribers that I have who at the beginning of when I started streaming would tune into my stuff very often and stuff. I don't see them nowadays on my streams because they're just busy with things. But it's always nice to know that there are people out there who who enjoy my stuff for me, who watch my streams for me, you know? Because I know there are people out there who would prefer to watch streams of a certain game or a certain content, you know? Because I know not everyone who watches my streams would be interested in watching Divinity, who would be interested in watching Yakuza or Final Fantasy games. But when there's someone who watches my streams regardless of what I'm doing, regardless of what I'm playing, that's awesome. I like it. In order to retain the few modes of light that remain in this darkness. Oh, the music. Total Annihilation. Chapter 17 start. Pouring rain. Babylonia, 9:30 p.m. The cold lights once again illuminate the symbols of the 5 powers. The gloomy space masks the anxious expression of each council member, allowing the hall to maintain solemnity, and unity in front of the camera. I don't know the proper way of pronouncing that. Solemnity? 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 English is hard. In silence, the light representing the will of the people appears on screen as arranged. Seeing that everything is ready, Hassan rises and announces the commencement of the meeting. I'm sure everyone already knows the topic of this meeting. During our last meeting, The overwhelming majority voted in favor of escorting all refugees who consent back to Babylonia. These days, we have made considerable sacrifices, but we have not achieved the corresponding results. He raises his hand and leads everyone's eyes to the light blue hollow screen in front of him, which shows a group of rosters and a graph of green data indicating a downward trend. Personally, I've never really watched streams since games never entertain me nowadays. I just prefer the interaction between viewers more or less. That's fair. That's fair. When it comes to watching live streams for me, it's kind of like both the game and the person and the streamer. That's for me. Interactions between the viewers and whatnot is also nice to see. But for me, it's mostly just the game and the streamer themselves. Then again, I don't really watch streams very often myself. 3 hours have passed since our last failed rescue attempt. After the Puglia Forest Park disaster, Babylonia dispatched 765 transport crafts, over 374 rescue attempts, to the surface. On day 1 of the disaster, we rescued 587 refugees at a loss of 13 aircrafts, and 21 pilots and crew perished. On day 2, 493 refugees were rescued with 11 severe injuries, 42 minor injuries, 27 aircrafts were lost, and 36 pilots and crew perished. Day 3, 271 refugees rescued, of which 21 were severely injured, and 7 DOA at Babylonia, dead on arrival basically. 53 aircraft lost, 71 pilots and crew members dead. Jesus Christ. The number of refugees is going down and the number of deaths are going up. I do wonder what website Ray is translating to. It's just too interesting to forget. Me too. I'm curious. I am curious. In order to increase the success of these rescue operations, we dispatched Cerberus and Strike Hawk. These elite squads have been able to protect most of the crew during ambushes. However, the hetero creatures are becoming increasingly relentless. Even our elite forces are struggling to prevent losses during air transit. The lying graph continues to sink in front of the camera to the lowest point of the dataset. As shown in the figure, the success rate of our rescue operations continues to decline with each passing day. We have tried various tactics and even resorted to autonomous rescue pods, but there is no obvious change. They are in a state of insurrection and will attack everything within range. According to our latest statistics, our success rate has fallen below 3.12% for 12 consecutive days. The cost of these rescue operations in terms of constructs, materials, and transportation continues to escalate. Without an intact transport craft, even the elite teams currently stranded on the surface are unable to return to Babylonia. If I ever find it, I'll tell you. Yeah, no problem. No problem. For sure, for sure. A red line indicating an upward trend is overlaid on the green chart, creating an exaggerated X shape. As for whether to continue these rescue operations, I believe you have already collected votes prior to this meeting. Yes, Mr. President. According to the votes, 57% of the public believe the number of casualties far exceeds the number of those rescues, and these meaningless operations should cease immediately. The lower than anticipated disapproval rate caught many of the council members' attention, causing everyone to begin whispering in the shadows. Only 57%? I assumed the disapproval rate would be closer to 100% given our losses. The remaining 43% of voters believe that we should continue these operations, or at least return the elite squads back to Babylonia. Gestalt. Simulate both scenarios. With the current tactics, the success rate will result in an asymptote of 0 or a negative number. Deducing the combat effectiveness of elite squads, no direct engagement with the twins results in a 97.1% survival rate on the surface. As decided, given these statistics, we will suspend surface rescue operations and prioritize necessary logistics for Babylonia. That being said, we will not abandon our comrades stranded on Earth. Parliament will urge the task force to modify its tactics as soon as possible to improve the success rate and make a second rescue attempt. With the meeting adjourned, Hassan is joined in his office by an expected guest here to discuss an expected topic. Oh, whoops. I noticed this problem too. Compared with researching how to change rescue tactics, Corona will be more inclined toward a full evacuation. He garnered less support than expected this time. That's good news. This also means your desire to make a second rescue attempt didn't fall on deaf ears. After a moment of contemplation, Hassan raises his hand again and projects a video recording onto the screen. Have you seen this? Lucia, Captain of Grey Raven, issuing a mission report to HQ. We have successfully cleared the hetero creatures from the Puglia Forest Park ruins and have fully evacuated outside of the corruption zone. There is a high level of punishing concentration here, due to the large presence of hetero creatures. According to the information we have received, the surrounding areas are the same except in the direction leading to the ARU. However, we are unable to escort this many refugees by foot, nor does the ARU have enough supplies to sustain such a high influx of refugees. After we confirmed that the twins headed toward the west coast, we took the Commandant and 67 humans to the basement in City 43's conservation area. We have enough supplies here to sustain us for 15 days. Requesting immediate aid. Tisol is still MIA. Commandant Vanessa and Bambinata from Agrit are also with us. They suffered some injuries, but they are no longer in critical condition after being treated by Liv. She pauses for a second. As for Commandant Usabeni, we just rendezvoused with Liv. She's more qualified to issue a report. She points her terminal at Liv. Fortunately, the Commandant's abdominal wound didn't affect any vital organs. However, during the evacuation, the Commandant suffered a serious head injury, leading to brain trauma and subdural hematoma. After we moved to the conservation area of City 43, we used the medical facilities here to perform a craniotomy on the Commandant and removed the hematoma. While we were searching for a conservation area to operate in, we were delayed after being attacked by a barrage of hetero creatures. Now the situation isn't looking good. The Commandant's in a coma and battling an infection. The medical equipment here is less than ideal and most of the medical supplies have been taken away. If this continues, the Commandant may face septic shock. Hopefully, we can bring the Commandant back to Babylonia for treatment, but based on the current safety concerns in transit, I'm afraid that even if we make it back, the turbulence will only cause secondary injuries to Commandant. We need immediate medical relief, whether that be for the Commandant or the injured residents here in City 43's conservation area. That's our current sit rep. Please send a report as soon as possible. Black screen. There was a line of text there. Oh. Lucia's recording cuts out. This is the mission report we received after they just retreated from the Puglia Forest Park ruins. We dispatched more supplies and support to provide emergency relief, but Usabeni shows no signs of improvement. The return ceremony of Atlantis gave people hope and made them care for heroes. After the fire in Puglia, people want to know Grey Raven's whereabouts. I think it's an appropriate time to disclose their current situation. We suffered heavy casualties this time. Commandant Harley Joe and Yata barely made it back to Babylonia with Simon in a coma. Oh, thank God Simon's okay. Simon's in a coma. Jeez. They're still at the start of life, and Simon has yet to regain consciousness. Egret and numerous other constructs are still stranded on the surface. Even if Grey Raven and Usabeni have suffered such serious losses, this will be a huge blow to the people's confidence in victory. At that point, I'm sure even more people will be in favor of abandoning the rescue effort. If we don't inform the people, it will only turn to rumors. Sometimes acceptance is more helpful for us to overcome difficulties. But surely we approach this in a more delicate manner. What if I say I wanted to use this as a bargaining chip with Kurono? You mean the Omega file? Correct. According to the Science Council's report, the Omega prototype is complete. Omega? Omega prototype, eh? Final Fantasy flashbacks. It has the ability to absorb the punishing virus, but the effect is limited. Given the information in the report, it seems that it can't actively capture the punishing virus. However, it can still absorb it by coming into contact with the virus. Considering its current form, even if we devote all resources to mass production, it's going to be difficult to achieve the desired effect. However, if we can direct large quantities of the punishing virus to the Omega prototype, we may be able to achieve a vastly different effect. How can constructs absorb the punishing virus? Isn't that a characteristic reserved for Ascendants? You aren't thinking of joining forces with Kurono, are you? The Science Council stole a portion of Kurono's R&D through its counterintelligence program. They're using Ascendant data to develop a specialized frame. Oh? If Asimov can confirm the Omega weapons Omega weapon? I just keep getting Final Fantasy XIV flashbacks. Omega weapons compatibility with this new frame. We can use the current situation to discuss it with them. Heavy rain falls on a gloomy afternoon. Grey Raven has already been stranded on the surface for over a month. During this time, Liv has been meticulously caring for Usabeni, who has shown no signs of regaining consciousness. Liv, this is her patch. This is her story. The rain outside the basement has gradually washed away the coagulated blood on the streets. Devoid of humans, the ruins are now filled only with the corrupted and hetero creatures lingering aimlessly. This is like worse. This is like way worse than a regular like zombie apocalypse. Like, good lord. Before the abandoned CPF-40 and the Puglia Forest Park were set ablaze, people had noticed the punishing concentration steadily rising with the appearance of the red tide. At that time, people simply attributed this phenomenon to the hetero core and the red tide. They believed this was the manifestation of the punishing virus as it culminated and evolved, not that they were the culprits. Nobody was aware of a much greater disaster, silently looming in the distance. They only targeted the red tide, thinking that if it was eliminated, their problems would be solved. Thus, they used the Longinus arsenal to obliterate the red tide and its monstrosities. However, the punishing virus still remained. Nothing could dissipate it. Their efforts were akin to evaporating a stream, the condensation of which only returned to the air. The airborne punishing virus was then absorbed by the mother. What should have been an overflowing punishing concentration seemingly fell, during which it used this time to breed yet another disaster. With the CPF-40 and Puglia Forest Park reduced to ruins, the punishing virus trapped within was released into the world, further fanning the flames of a world already in its limits. In this vast Red Sea, the emergence of humanoid creatures only indicated the further evolution of the punishing creatures. However, they are not the greatest threat, nor are they the ultimate fruit born from disaster. Today, the hotbed known as the Red Tide continues to sow its seeds across the land as it marches onward over bloodstains, both new and old, and the joyous pitter-patter of rain. Humanity, how the children of Earth have fallen. Now they are cast adrift like a ship without sails, huddling in the narrow cabins they call the conservation areas and praying to the CPFs for the minuscule protection that they provide. Despair. Conservation area basement, 9:30 p.m. Right as the council in Babylonia is deliberating whether to suspend rescue, humanity on Earth eagerly waits for good news in the enclosed basement. Several days have passed since they last received aid. Food and medical supplies dwindle right before their eyes. However, for people in any conservation area, stepping out of the enclosed basement and returning to their old ways as scavengers means certain death. They have no choice but to remain in the conservation area under the protection of the constructs. Didn't they say supplies were on the way? How much longer we gotta wait? In the enclosed basement filled with the stench of decaying flesh, a haggard refugee suddenly shouts at his partner. Who knows? Maybe they failed again. His companion seems less anxious, stroking the old guitar as he plucks at its strings. How can you play that thing at a time like this, Chuck? His name's Chuck? What else can I do? We all have our own ways of handling stress. Want me, whoa, to take it on you? Oh yeah. What the fuck? He's singing. The young refugee named Chuck sings weakly as he strums along with each word, but this only ignites the last ounce of reason in the other residents, who begins to yell at him angrily. Never expected to find your music on Bilibili. Yeah, I never expected to have my music be, like, known on Bilibili. I don't want to say, like, widely popular or anything to make it sound like I'm, like, number one or anything. But it happened. I remember it clearly. It happened years ago. I remember someone from China, I think, or someone that was Chinese, messaging me on Facebook through on my Facebook page, saying that my music is like popular, specifically Lifeline, being popular on Bilibili, or not Bilibili, NetEase, music streaming site, whatever the fuck. And I was like, oh, really? And I remember making an account on that site. And the amount of people that were like, oh my god, he's here on NetEase, he made an account, blah, 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 blah. Basically, I somehow garnered a lot of, a big fan base in China, which was really surprising to me. And I do have like an official account on Bilibili. However, I'm not the one that's like controlling it. It's like my music manager that has a hand that takes control of it. So whatever is being shared on my channel on Bilibili isn't me. So maybe China is just your market type. I don't know. People just really liked Lifeline a lot. So, I mean, Lifeline is my most popular upload on YouTube here. Has over 1 million views now, which is crazy to think about, honestly. But popular to, as popular as it is, it's actually not like my most favorite work that I've done. My most favorite, two of my songs that I really love, would be Never Let Go, which was the first like song I ever made that I got like exposure for. Like I asked other channels to upload it to their channel so I could get more notoriety and stuff. So Never Let Go. And the last thing I made from 2 years ago, which is like my most recent music thing, was Purpose. Because I feel like with Purpose, that one really resonates with me and with how I feel with like music and what I want to do and stuff. If EDM isn't your thing, you don't have to listen to it. It usually is just that. It's like the same kind of style I've done for a long time. Okay. Had I known it was going to be like this, we should have evacuated while we still had a chance. Good thing I like any music that has a good beat. You got good taste then. Me, personally, my music tastes have evolved over the years. Back when I was a kid, I would listen to like pop music and all that shit. And then I moved over to listening to like dubstep. And then from dubstep to just EDM in general. And then now I listen to like a lot of rock music. Like even like heavy metal, even stuff with like the screamy screams in it. And I also enjoy listening to like OSTs from video games, like Punishing Gray Raven here, of course. Punishing Gray Raven has some fantastic music. Hearing the sudden outburst, Liv looks up anxiously from beside the patient she is attending to and watches him out of the corner of her eye. I still listen to FNAF animation music from my childhood. If it hadn't been for those damn corrupted and those hero whatevers pursuing the transport crafts, we would have been out of here already. I told you we should have left earlier, but no. You were too much of a chicken blah 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 about it crashing on the way back to Babylonia. I like how they censor out like chicken shit when they have clearly said the word shit before in this game. It's funny. It's kind of funny. Babylonia finally sent rescue. We missed the boat. But didn't it end up crashing anyways? I wasn't just being paranoid, now was I? Not to mention, those constructs guarding this place. Their commandant didn't go on it either. Did you hear, idiot? Their commandant's head wound can't handle the turbulence. I was just thinking. We wait a few days until it's safe, then go back with their commandant. I wasn't expecting it to get worse. Then what are you going on about? We stay here, we die. We go on the transport craft, we die. It's all we've got to live for now. What the hell are you talking about? We already made it out of danger once already. The conservation area in Puya Forest was a damn death trap. The whole place was blown to smithereens. Kaboom! He jumps out of bed and mimics the explosion in the ruins. Can't you see? With the punishing concentration as high as it is, even the refugees living out in the wilderness are fighting to enter the conservation areas. Just look at the guy with the guitar. But despite all that, we're still alive. And we're going to keep on living. Despite Chuck's angry glare, he shakes the other resident excitedly, as if to cheer himself up by shouting. All right. Go find some other place to play. Where else is there to go down here? Chuck doesn't respond. Instead, he just quietly grabs the guitar and proceeds further into the basement. Jeez, hang on. Okay. If you still got this much energy to shout, give me some of your rations tomorrow. He pushes him away and sighs quietly. He grabs his injured leg and struggles to adjust his posture. If you don't got any, do we still have protective gear? What's that gonna do? The head wound you got on the way here must have given you a concussion if you think that'll help us kill those monsters. I just want... His voice suddenly withers. Noticing his partner's dejected mood, the middle-aged man sits up and pats him on the back. It was just a scrapped CPF. I always say S instead of C. I don't know why. It was just a scrapped CPF 100 kilometers away that was blown up. That's all. It's nothing serious. It'll be all right. If it was just that, then why the hell are we all stuck here? Already on the verge of a mental breakdown, the man begins to sob as panic sets in. Hey, don't cry. It'll be all right. Doctor? My head wound. Has a wound opened again? I'll be right with you. Thanks. You haven't had any shut-eye the past few days, have you? Constructs don't need sleep. I can still keep going for a few more days, but you need more rest. And stop irritating your wound. It's just... It just hurts and itches at the same time. I can't help myself. The middle-aged man gazes up at Liv. Dark circles surround his glossy eyes. Hey, snot-nosed brat. Tell me, how many days have you been here? His fatigued and unclear question gets lost in the surrounding noise, yielding no response. Sinking Island. A whole night passed since Lucia and Lee brought back the construct wounded in the rescue attempt back to the enclosed basement in the conservation area. After Liv performed basic maintenance, he recovered most of his ability to participate in a new rescue mission. Unable to return to Babylonia, the constructs have become entrenched in a war of attrition. Issues caused by the damage to their frames and lack of maintenance chambers are beginning to wear on them. People are still huddled in the cold and damp basement of the conservation area, craning their necks and waiting for a sound from the outside. They look forward to the new development, whether that be news of the punishing concentration decreasing, rescue or supplies to be arranged for their own conservation area, or for newly rescued refugees to be sent to other conservation areas. So long as no more refugees would come, any news is eagerly awaited. But disappointment was accompanied by hunger and sickness for the 164 people crowded in this enclosed basement. In addition, there are also 10 constructs and 2 commandants. Aside from the 3 constructs and Commandant Usabeni of Grey Raven, Bambinata, and Commandant Vanessa of Egret, the 6 remaining constructs were the only few survivors from previous rescue attempts. Of these 6 constructs, all but 2 are seriously injured. The other 4 had already recovered mobility under Liv's care. They had joined search and rescue attempts in the surrounding area. As time passed, fewer and fewer refugees could be found. All of the active units on the west coast have been searched. Day 2 of 6 a.m. after the second rescue attempt by Babylonia. Lee has returned from the search and rescue mission with 2 constructs. Seeing all the people sleeping in the basement, he lowers his voice. He stands outside the sealed door, shakes the rain off his frame and hands 2 small boxes to the construct in front of him. This is all the supplies we could find. Place it in storage for now. Yes, sir. Oh, you look cool, I guess. Lucia still hasn't completed her mission in City 44. I'm going to go help her. What's the situation? The conservation areas along the west coast have all been completely destroyed. All of them? Yes, just like Vanessa had predicted. The twins have left nothing but destruction in their wake as they've gone up the west coast. During this period, they walked from Puglia Forest to the west coast, then up north, and stayed several days near the ARU. Instead of entering the ARU, they redirected their route to the southeastern coast, that is, the Puglia Forest Park ruins, and returned here. At present, the twins have arrived near City 41. If they choose to return to Puglia Forest, that should bode well for us, considering that City 43 isn't near City 40. If they decide to enter City 42, their next target might be here. So, once Lucia comes back, we need to make a plan quickly. Are there any survivors in any of the cities along the west coast? Not many. Only 3, 2 of which I brought back. The other one went to another conservation area looking for a friend. 2 adolescent boys stand behind him, one of which is holding a cane, his leg badly corrupted. The other appears weak, but seems otherwise healthy. His corruption appears serious. Looks like he needs serum. Well, there is still some serum in the initial supplies, but there's only one room left in the basement. Follow me. What about matches? Do you just have an account on most music sites? If you have one title, you have one title, SoundCloud, Apple Music, Bilibili, YouTube. Let's see. I have one on SoundCloud, though I don't really check up on that anymore. I have one for Spotify and stuff where you can like stream my music on there. That's where most of my income comes from. I use a distributor called DistroKid who helps distribute my music to various other music platforms. So alongside streaming my music on Spotify, you could also make a purchase from like Apple Music and all that stuff. And of course, I mentioned that my manager controls a channel for me on Bilibili and all that stuff. That's about it. I have other social media accounts, like I have a Twitter account and an Instagram account, but I don't really use those. Not at all. The only time I do use Instagram is on my own personal account where I just like videos and memes. It's the same thing with Twitter. Like I recently started using Twitter more often, but on a personal account where I just share and where I just like and repost like artwork and stuff. The adolescent boy imitates the tone of their voices and keeps his voice down. Matches? Behind you. Before you can be heard, a furry figure crowded into the door. Although its fur is dirty and looks frail, they see that it's a borderline collie. Oh, pupper. Matches. The boy lets out a sigh of relief as he pets his fluffy head. Thanks for letting me bring him. If there's anything you need me to do. No, thank you for bringing food. The other boy beside him gives a resentful sneer, waking up several people lightly sleeping beside them who look curiously at the door. Matches is my family. No one can eat him. Yeah. You're willing to starve people for the sake of your family. The boy strides into the room with a fake smile and nods to the curious person beside the bed. Hey, bro. Want to hear something funny? That kid was teaching his dog to drive a car on the way here. He raises his hands and acts like he's holding a steering wheel as he continues on. Damn kids. Matches, this goes left and this goes right. Cool, huh? Now we just need to find a car. Blee blah blee blah 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 blee. Is your stream intro art made for you? Actually, this stream intro art here, this was originally made years ago by a friend of mine when I was planning to use it for like a music related thing, but I never like got around to doing it. So I thought, hey, if I wanted to use a like starting soon and a thank you for watching sort of like intro outro art thing, I might as well use the one that my friend made for me. So yeah, it was made for me, just not for streaming. It was originally made for a music project that I just never did or never got around to doing. Or actually, no, I did do it, but I decided to like scrap the idea because it just wasn't great. But yeah. I didn't know what else I could use, you know? Neat. Yeah, that's actually not the full. This isn't. Oh, whoops! Why does it say thank you for watching? Hang on. That doesn't. This isn't like the full look of the image either. It looks entirely. That's just cropped. Hang on. Let me. Can I just wait? Hang on. Wait. Let me try and. God damn it! Wait. How do I do? Wait. I don't know why it's like this. Wait. Why is it sized up like that? That's so weird. on. Hang on. This is the full image. This is what the full image is. To be continued. We ended it here, boys. But that's what it looks like in full. Basically. This is what it looks like in full. Ah, great. Now I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it. Gotta return it to the way it was before. Hang on a second. How did I do this? No, not like this. Oh god. Hang on. Oh, it's so... God, it's so awkward on OBS to do this. It's really, really awkward. I don't know why the size of the image actually isn't, like, growing in size. I don't know why it's, like... I'll work on it as I read. Matches. This goes left and right. Okay. Amused, the tired refugees look at the boy and his dog, then burst out laughing. For a moment, everyone cheers up a bit in the dull basement. Okay, I think I fixed it. Kind of. Yes? No? There we go. Yeah, there we go. I fixed it. I've always had such difficulty trying to draw transparency in objects. I can never wrap around my head around it. I'm no artist myself, so I have no idea how to I have no idea how to do that myself. I'm no artist. But the jokester quickly stops laughing. Thank you for your hospitality, everyone. I'm sorry we didn't bring many supplies. The boy seems accustomed to dealing with refugees. By cracking a joke and meeting everyone, he seems to quickly resolve the crowd's hostility to the loss of another share of the rations. What's the situation outside? Everything's destroyed from the park ruins to the west coast. Hearing this, the refugees begin murmuring to one another. Because of those two things? And a ton of those hetero creatures. We were ducking and hiding behind every corner all the way here. Well, since it appears that the west coast is pretty much destroyed, who knows where those two things will go next? The refugee hands him a thumb-sized biscuit. Thumb-sized? That's really tiny. Here, take this. Thanks for the news. Those constructs exchange intel with each other every day, and they refuse to tell us anything. I'm going to go help Lucia. Seems like she's in a predicament. I'll leave you in charge here, Liv. Lee waves to Liv and steps out with several constructs fit to move. Okay, I'll have everything under control. Be careful. The officer staying in the room next door says she has some information, but it'll only cause us to lose all hope. So she doesn't want to talk about it for the time being. What's the point of that? How can we be any more helpless? We've been conducting reconnaissance missions in the surrounding area, and nothing has changed. We'll let everyone know right away if the situation begins to improve or if there's any danger. She did not say anything more. She walks to another boy to lead him to a room deep inside to rest. Thank you. Just as they are about to cross the room, the boy who had just eaten the biscuit suddenly speaks. Oh yeah, just to let everyone know. Be sure to guard your rations, everyone. Know what happened to our supplies in the warehouse when our conservation area was destroyed? Hey, I didn't do anything. Chill out. I'm not talking about you. After all, if you went into the warehouse, you'd have more than your leg corrupted. I mean his dog. His dog ate a bunch of cans before those constructs could go in and recover our supplies. That might even aid the supplies my friend gave his life for. Now I'm stuck here. That's not true. Matches didn't do that. A person was trapped in there. Poor Matches. When the constructs went to bring out the supplies, they said there were 2 bodies and a bunch of empty cans in there. Don't blame the doggo. What if they ran in there to... Refugee 15? We made a jump. What if they ran in there to eat the supplies, then died from the high concentration of punishing virus? Everyone knew that going into the warehouse was certain death. Were they so starving that they didn't even care if they died? I think they just rushed into the warehouse to stop the dog. I don't know why they ran in there, but Matches and I didn't take any of the supplies. We just... Hey, kiddo. The refugee, who appears to be the leader, steps out of the shadowy corner and approaches the boy. I don't want to argue about whether your dog ate the cans or not. They're already gone. Talking about it isn't going to do anything. I just want to ask. How many supplies did you bring? I'm sorry, but I didn't bring any. What are we to do about your dog? His question seems more like a command, turning everyone's laughter into solemn silence. They grimly stare at the boy's flustered and evasive eyes. In other words, if you want to stay here, you want to feed your dog with our supplies, right? I'm sorry. I'll feed him myself. And how are you going to do that? You don't have any protective suit, and your leg is wounded. You think you can do that by yourself? You say that now, but then who's to stop you when you're off with our supplies in the middle of the night? Make him leave. We can't even feed ourselves. Where are we going to get food to feed a dog, too? Yeah, I'm starving. You even took my friend's supplies. The boy's cry ignites the grief and despair piled up by the crowd over the many days. They all stand up one after another, regardless of their injuries. We can't just keep taking refugees. We don't have enough food to get through the day, and refugees keep coming. We're going to starve to death. Damn kid. Don't blame us for not welcoming you with open arms. But if I can't even feed myself, then what makes you think you get a share of our food? We've had enough despair and starvation. Selfish brat. And to think we'll feed your dog. Why don't we barbecue your dog? I'll give you a pack of biscuits as a thank you. Don't you think about it? Tensions are high. Tensions are high. And Liv's the only other person there right now, I think. Well, no, there's other constructs, I think, but... The timid boy suddenly raises his voice. Matches is my family. Family? Think you can steal food to feed your family? The atmosphere tenses up as either side refuses to back down. Hey, they're about to fight. Don't worry about it. The leader will break it up if they do. I can leave if you want. I won't let you hurt him. Alright, scram, you worthless brat. I'm already being kind enough as is, not punching your face in. Bro, it's a kid. Relax. What the fuck? It's a kid. Relax, bro. Relax. He stands up, grabs the boy by the collar, and kicks away Matches, who rushes over to protect him. Nah, man. Nah, man. I don't stand for that shit. You kick a dog? You're already on my bad side. No way. Seeing that there's going to be a conflict in the crowd, Liv, who has always been gentle, puts down her medicine and puts herself between the boy and the angry mob. Why are you so pressed? It's all about survival at this point. It doesn't matter who or what for them. It's about survival. It makes sense. It's understandable why a lot of these guys are frustrated, because the more people that come in, the more rations are going to be used up and stuff. It just makes sense for them to be upset. But man, to go so far as to just kick the dog and threatening to punch the kid in the face? Man. Nuh-uh, man. Oh. Want to protect this mutt, Miss Doctor? He said it's his family. Family? What are you talking about? In this dog-eat-dog world, plundering's the only way to live. See? In post-apocalyptic worlds, it's survival of the fittest. Here we go again. Queen is spouting that nonsense again. Just let him go crazy. Those constructs will put him in his place when they've seen enough. Who put who in his place? Now that her teammates are gone, she's the only construct here. She can't even move with her leg broken. What's a construct like her going to do? I'll show you that the law of the jungle is the only truth. We need to kill that dog in order to survive. You're right about that in battle. This isn't a battle we should fight. It doesn't matter. If I wanna, I'd even sacrifice my own family. Don't think a dog is going to stop me. Dude lived his life. The kid's just beginning. True. True, man. The kid still has his whole life ahead of him. Come on, man. Liv stops arguing. Instead, she looks directly at the middle-aged man standing before her in silence. Babylonian scum. He spits angrily, rolls up his worn cuffs, and swings a haymaker at Liv, but all it does is to make her take a step back with her broken leg. That's all you Babylonians are good for. Quit bullying a wounded doctor, Queena. It's embarrassing. The refugee, referred to as Queena, begrudgingly swallows his retort. Glaring at Liv, he rolls down his sleeves, holds his red fist with the other hand, and sits down in the corner with an angry look on his face. He's angry. No matter where they came from, these constructs, especially this doctor with her leg injury, saved us and have taken care of us for so many days. If the law of the jungle ruled the world, you wouldn't deserve to be saved. The punishing virus would have turned you into a piece of rotten meat to be fed to his dog. Queena grits his teeth and shakes his head. You brought this upon us. Yes, but I don't want to cause a dispute. I just want to ask this doctor and that boy, do you have any way to convince everyone? The crowd's gaze shifts back to the boy and his family. I'll just take my share and split it with matches. We won't steal anything, I promise. You can quarantine me if that makes everyone feel better. Well, since you say so, I'm willing to believe you. You don't need to be quarantined. Look, we have the space anyway. I accept your proposal. What does everyone else think? The hungry crowd is silent. No one raises any objection. Then it's settled. But, Queena, come with me for a moment. takes him out back with a 12 gauge. It's like putting down a sick dog. You just hear a shotgun blast in the distance. Dude comes back. Where's Queena? Ah, the virus got him. Damn shame. She pats the boy on the shoulder and gently leads him into the room. For real though, Queena was being getting a bit out of hand, man. He's real upset. He's a mad boy. Like, I understand if you're feeling that way about trying to survive and rations are dwindling because of how many refugees are coming in. But man, to take it out on a kid, no less? Ugh. Queena would be the first to die. Too aggressive in a place where it's not needed. Yeah. In this kind of world where people are working together, maybe you should work together instead of starting more issues. My name's Stanley, and this is Matches. Hey, Stanley. Woof! Woof. The border collie gives a gentle yip as a greeting, then follows Stanley into the room. Thank you for being so kind to me, Miss Construct. Don't worry about it. You can call me Liv. How factions are born 101. It reminds me of when I read Lord of the Flies a long time ago for, like, summer school. Was it for summer school? No, it was for high school. Thank you, Miss Liv, and to your friend for saving me. at bringing matches along. Sorry for all the trouble I caused. There's not much I can do, but if you think of anything. He bows humbly and carefully thanks Liv once again in fear of saying something wrong. Everything's fine. Don't worry. It takes a lot of courage to look after that little guy in a place like this. Not to mention, you and Matches have already had your fair share of hunger and suffering. I'm sure you guys can tough it out just a little longer. Man. She's so precious. Woof. Is your leg okay? I've patched it up, but we don't have enough supplies for me to fully repair it. Oh, right. She takes out a tattered bag stained with blood. Inside it contains dry military rations. This was supposed to be for our commandant, but the seal was broken during our retreat. It's about to expire. Mind if I give it to Matches? Really? Thank you so much. But your commandant doesn't need it? Appears so, for now. I hope your commandant gets well soon. Me too. Sensing Liv's sadness, Matches wags his tail and tries to lick her hand. Don't, Matches! Stanley quickly pulls Matches back. She's a doctor. She needs to keep her hands sanitized. There are not enough supplies for that. We can't be a burden on them. Matches' perky ears and head droops suddenly, as if he understands. Aww, poor Matches. It's okay, don't worry. The boy appears skittish, likely due to frequently being ostracized. Seeing Liv take out a bandage and disinfect, the boy rolls up his pants, exposing a festering wound from corruption, and begins helping Liv. Is the boy's personality because of Matches? Stanley, if the situation continues to get worse, what are you going to do? He looks down in silence. I get what you mean, Miss Liv. I know animals can't be corrupted by the punching virus. They can only carry it. So, I thought about releasing Matches into the wild. He's already used to living with humans even before I met him. If I let him go, the next time he sees another human, he might get attacked again. I know I'm being selfish, but I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. So, I'll just keep him with me. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. Do you even realize what you just said? It might just be my fantasy, but imagine if Stanley saves them all somehow. He's the real MC. Thank you, Miss Liv. He refrains from answering. Instead, he just sincerely thanks her one last time. Every person wandering these lands has turmoil uniquely their own. It's useless even to ask. The only way to resolve their suffering is to restore Earth to its vitality. Anything else would only temporarily delay the pain. But this goal is too far away. People have no choice but to immerse themselves in daily life. In order not to open up old wounds and delay the pain, Liv refrains from pushing the question. She just adeptly disinfects and bandages Stanley's wound, then injects him with serum. As long as there's something that can be improved, that's the best consolation at this moment. Your corruption won't get any worse as long as you stay here in the enclosed basement. And also, since you aren't willing to let Matches go, you need to keep living. Got it? Don't be going around saying you'll abandon yourself so casually. It's just like you said, you depend on Matches, and Matches depends on you. Okay. Mentioning Matches, the boy's voice becomes softer. He thanks Liv again, snuggles up with Matches, and quickly falls asleep. Sounds like they need a GECK. A geck. Project Winter. Negotiation and cooperation. This is an impromptu internal meeting. Everyone, please keep all the information mentioned in this meeting confidential. After the disaster broke out at the Puglia Forest Park ruins, the council members have already participated in countless impromptu meetings. An impromptu meeting used to mean an emergency. Now, it also means a difficult dilemma to overcome. As everyone knows, the situation on Earth is taking a turn for the worst. The high punishing concentration has caused varying degrees of evolution in hetero creatures across the different regions. They have learned to attack in groups. If they are injured, they quickly retreat and regroup in the red tide. Those winged hetero creatures have increased their flight speed and altitude, allowing them to attack transport crafts. However, the forces stranded on the surface have been unable to stop the twins from advancing. For now, they can only withdraw. The CPF has been destroyed. The greenhouse collapsed, and the blood of the dead has turned into the red tide, breeding new enemies. Jesus. God, this situation has been just escalating every single bit. We have made great sacrifices to resolve this disaster with little to show for it. So annoying. I know. It's like one step forward, we make one step forward, but end up going two back. Like, ugh. Crazy. We need something that can turn the tide in our fight against the punishing virus. Preliminary research on the megaphile Uzabeni obtained from Atlantis is beginning to show progress. The Omega prototype, produced by the Science Council, has been proved to be capable of absorbing the punishing virus. However, it is unable to change the overall environment at its current stage. I propose that we focus all of Babylonia's resources and research into this program. Upon announcing the topic for this meeting, Ascend opens the floor for discussion, but no one in the dark room voices their opinion. Imagine, like, in a world like this, imagine like Transformers are in this world, and one of them gets infected by punishing. We're screwed. We're fucked. We're cooked. We need to put aside our differences and focus our efforts in solving this crisis immediately. Is this really a wise use of our resources? Babylonia can be completely self-sufficient so long as we control our consumption and cut supplies for troops on the surface. That may be the case, but is it sustainable? Our current crisis isn't just a high punishing concentration on the surface, but also ascendants infiltrating Gestalt and the hetero creatures to obtain air superiority. Not to mention the emergence of the twins. What makes you think they won't continue to evolve? We should at least come up with a concrete method for solving this crisis before we discuss putting all of our eggs in one basket. Before we devise the method. However, this method requires assistance from Project Winter to achieve the maximum effect. Uttering these two words causes whispers to echo throughout the dimly lit council. According to my knowledge, the Science Council has also dabbled in Project Winter. However, those conservatives have only been committed to enhancing the stability of specialized frames. They haven't expanded their efforts into controlling the punishing virus. Controlling the punishing virus? Councilman looks at President Hassan sitting silently in front of him. I'm sure you are aware that based on the current progress of Project Winter, the specialized frames designed with the latest data have serious defects. They're similar to an ascendant frame by actively gathering the punishing virus within the frame and the user's mind. However, since the user isn't an ascendant, they can't resist the punishing virus, nor can they control the frame. Anyone who switched to the new specialized frame was unable to persist in actual combat. They couldn't even last 20 minutes on the surface before succumbing to corruption. Even if we can somehow delay corruption, there will still be serious damage to their mind. Commandants sacrificed their lives to stabilize their minds as a result of mind beacon pollution. Some of the councilmen who had already receded into the shadows... Whoops, I accidentally bumped into my mic. That peaked on the audio. Whoops, sorry. Some of the councilmen who had already receded into the shadows show no intent on hiding their position. As a result, he takes the initiative to express their position and voice their concerns. Even if the punishing virus cannot be controlled for now, we can resolve issues with corruption by using the Omega prototype. As for the mind corruption, leave that to the CTO. During the battle with Alpha and Huashu assumed direct control over Commandant Usabeni of Grey Raven, forcibly connecting the Commandant with nearby Corrupted. I don't need to reiterate the effects on most Commandants when they link with Corrupted. The symptoms of Usabeni weren't as serious. The three other constructs of Grey Raven were able to maintain a secure link with Usabeni despite the corruption. Lucia, Liv, Lee, and Chrome, who has upgraded to a specialized frame. They've all achieved a level of mind stability capable of handling specialized frames. However, due to the instability of this new specialized frame, constructs that have already been affected by their specialized frame are not fit for this dangerous mission. So, that just leaves Lee and Liv. But Usabeni has declined to participate in Project Winter. That depends on the content of the project. Usabeni and Grey Raven defeated the Polyphage and retrieved the files from Atlantis. Heroes who've garnered such attention shouldn't be used as test subjects. Hilda deliberately mentions the word heroes to remind those hiding in the shadows that, even if Earth is fraught with disaster, they can't continue to operate in secret. The Control Court will supervise this collaboration to ensure the personal safety of Usabeni, who will not participate in any research other than that which pertains to linking with the new specialized frames. Grey Raven is still performing missions on the surface while Usabeni is in a coma. Based on the current situation, transport crafts are unable to safely reach the surface, let alone escort Grey Raven back to Babylonia. This is what we will discuss next. There is an underground base that belongs to Chrono in City 47, where a large number of resources, transport crafts, and a spaceship are stored. If permissible, we can retrieve Usabeni and the other two constructs from Grey Raven. Whispers begin to circulate among the Parliament. Have you tested the Omega prototype yet? We've successfully run simulations, but we haven't deployed it on the surface yet. If we can obtain test results regarding its effectiveness against the twins, both sides should be in more equal standing. Correct. However, we must take it one step at a time. Given the sacrifice required for a round-trip journey to the surface, they can't be expected to pay with their lives for a test that doesn't yield results. Once they return to Babylonia, what will you do if Usabeni doesn't begin to improve? We will wait until Usabeni shows signs of improvement before proceeding. If the Commandant doesn't regain consciousness, we will think of another plan. If there is any hope of averting this disaster, we will change our plans accordingly. The council looks at Hilda, but she remains silent and acquiesces to the other result implied by Nicholas phrasing. This desolate world no longer leaves any room for tenderness. We're going to wait until Usabeni shows signs of improvement before conducting the experiment. The situation on Earth was taking a turn for the worst. President Hassan reiterates his opening statement. If you want to leave researchers time to start their work, this situation demands an immediate course of action. Even if we manage to mitigate corruption without a mind beacon that can withstand pollution, specialized frames will be difficult to maintain. Correct. Current data predicts that if we cannot resolve issues with mind stability, the subject will die within 3 hours of participating in actual combat. Hearing such a minuscule amount of time, everyone's whispers turn to an outcry. However, a council member hiding in the shadows gives a pleasant look of surprise. Can't believe they lasted 3 hours without a commandant to maintain stability. Is that it? What do you mean, is that it? Last time when we used loot, the specialized frame developed with the new data couldn't even pass the corruption test. Even though they had acquired data from Glory, that implemented numerous barriers and restrictions. But without a commandant that can resist pollution from mind beacons or someone able to maintain mind stability like Chrome, it was just a useless shell. Even for someone to last just 1 minute as a human bomb proved to be disastrous. This is just the first deployment, yet they've already managed to last 3 hours in the simulation. Imagine what we can achieve with such a project in the future with the combined effort of all departments. I can't wait to see her smile at the results. The underground base in City 47 is a major asset and property, but the higher-ups shouldn't refuse such a rare invitation from the Parliament. Even now, they won't put down their hypocritical masks. What's wrong with making sacrifices for the sake of science? But only 3 hours. Isn't this experiment a little inhumane? To think you know what inhumane even means. Have you finished cleaning up the aftermath of all those deaths? Or are you being sarcastic? The centrist councilman retorts sarcastically, unable to remain silent any longer. No arrange for remunerations. I've never seen that word before. Being concerned with personal sacrifices would be an insult to everyone who is still struggling, as well as the soldiers and civilians who died in the disaster. Is there a specific plan to integrate the Omega prototype with specialized frames? Yes, but it is currently top secret. Then how can you verify the efficacy of such a plan? Each party must first negotiate its conditions before verification can be made by both parties. Can the Science Council guarantee results from this collaborative effort? This is just our preliminary course of action. I still haven't received the agent data, and we still need to conduct more tests before making any conclusions. If we want to improve our current predicament, we only have one choice: cooperation. In any case, this is the beginning of hope. But it is only just the beginning. Will of being born. It's an unchanging, lifeless afternoon. The continuous drizzle pounds the ground, and damp air flows into the dirt, increasing the cold bit by bit. Someone with a guitar sits among several like-minded musicians, strumming weakly. Someone takes out a pair of cards that were almost crumpled and sickly tosses them in front of their comrade's bed. Someone rummages through their pants pocket, searching desperately for a bit of wheat lost between the stitches. Someone knows that they are dying of terminal disease and have given their rations away to others for the past several days. Someone lies down in a damp corner, weeping for the relatives they just buried. While most ignore the passing time, the dim light outside, and the continuous rain. They look at the old mottled ceiling. Their eyes had lost their light, leaving only an empty silence. But despair will not stop growing in those who raise their hands and surrender. Liv routinely checks the condition of all the wounded, and unconsciously rubs her aching chest. With the lack of maintenance chambers, she hasn't rested for many days. During a search and rescue mission, Liv's leg was seriously injured while protecting her target. However, in order to leave medical supplies for refugees to come, she only splints her broken leg and refrains from fully repairing it. But she is by no means an exception. Both people and constructs alike are forced to stand on a sinking island. No one can be spared. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there is a sharp knocking on the door outside the isolation door. The sound is as light as a feather through the hardened steel. Someone's at the door? She quickly closes her eyes and searches for the activity signal outside the door. A human. Liv wonders who would wander through the dangerous wilderness of hetero creatures, but decides to open the heavy isolation door. Hello. Oh, she's preggies. She's pregnant. Why did I say preggies? She's pregnant. Pregnant. A man and a woman rush to the gap in the insulation door. The woman's long hair and clothes are well kept as they have been carefully cleaned recently. The other man beside her, holding a child covered in blood, seems a little familiar. Is there a doctor here? This boy's been stabbed in the back. Jesus Christ. I am. Give him to me. Thank God. Where should I set him? Over there. He hurries past the crowd and runs in the direction Liv pointed to. There aren't any beds left. Is the only spot here on the ground? Looking around at the crowd of people, he asks Liv as she limps in from behind. Unfortunately, with the extra sheets, I have my own fold-up cot. Stanley gets up from the folding bed with matches and frowns as he looks at the child in the man's arms. Use mine. Thank you. He nods in thanks and gently sets the child down on the folding bed. Stanley turns and leans against the corner with a gloomy expression, as if lost in thought. Does he have any allergies or medical issues prior to his wound? I don't know. Do you? Don't know either. It's fine. I'll give an evaluation before I give him an injection. Liv opens up his shirt and inspects the wound on his back. Thank you. I need to stop the bleeding. How was he wounded? Hetero creature did it. I'm not sure how. I wasn't with him at the time. Alright. Looks like we need a serum. What has he eaten the past few days? I don't know. He said he hadn't found any food the past few days and was starving last night, so he wanted a pack of my biscuits. Stanley looks at the man's backpack, which is obviously full of supplies. After eating it, he said he wanted to go to the next conservation area and look for supplies, then borrowed one of my protective suits and left. Seeing Liv treat the child, they finally sigh in relief and find a place to rest. Why? Why would you let him go all alone? Your backpack is obviously full of supplies. Why would you let a child risk his life? The man is caught off guard by this sudden question. He turns and looks closely at the boy standing in front of him, then frowns as if remembering something. What's a kid like you? Sorry, it's because of me. I'm pregnant and sprained my ankle. I can't walk that fast. The child said he wanted to go with the others, so he left early. I didn't think he would. She sighs and looks at the child on the fold-up cot. Without anesthesia, he cries in pain while Liv sutures his wounds. Never seen that word either. Liv remains unwavering as she concentrates on suturing the wound more quickly to end the boy's suffering. As the boy cries, Stanley slides against the wall and sits down. Sensing his emotions, Matches buries his head in his arms. Woof. Just woof. Then why get pregnant? Stanley's voice is quiet, but full of resentment, contrary to his usual modesty. What'd you say? Since you obviously can't raise him, why have another child? He grits his teeth and yells as the boy continues to cry. The woman wasn't expecting to be asked this question by such a young boy. Just as she opens her mouth to respond, she suddenly stops herself. He's lucky you found him and brought him to such a kind doctor. But what in the future? He's going to be just like me. Worse. Why do you say that? Why? Because my parents were just like you. They had me without thinking about the future. As soon as they couldn't raise me, they just kicked me to the side of the road. Without thinking about the future? Exactly. You have a child on the way. You know what I'm talking about. Refugees in conservation areas give preferential treatment to expecting parents and those with children. Oh. Wow. She lowers her head, not denying the boy's accusation. So she got pregnant just so she could have preferential treatment. Oh. Yep. Anything to survive, right? I know they have good intentions, but some people like to take advantage of this, just like my parents. They just use these good intentions for their own benefit without considering the future. After my mom was pregnant, they were given special admission into the conservation area, where they had me and my brother. When I was 2 years old, my dad gave me to another family for a bowl of porridge. My adoptive father turned out to be just like him too. He was just freeloading on the sympathy of others and would use me to get supplies from the conservation area. But no matter which parents I was with, they would only ever give me the scraps. Once I got a little bigger and lost this privilege, they threw me by the roadside just like those empty cans that we finished eating. How could they do such a thing? Hearing Stanley speak, the surrounding refugees begin to whisper to each other. I've heard of people doing that. Conservation areas just want children to survive, but who would have thought there'd be bastards like them? How are they bastards? Without them, who dared to have children in a world like this? They don't look into who the child belongs to and just give us supplies. How can they? And can you guarantee you'd be alive tomorrow? If someone's alive to take care of a child, that's all that matters. But have you ever thought about it? How can abandoned children survive on the side of the road? Being a burden on others, banished from conservation areas, and cursed at. So, I want to ask you, as a parent, why would you have a child if you can't take care of them? Are you just looking for short-term benefits? Or is it because you don't care about your child's future? Dang. Imagine getting told that shit by a kid. She hangs her head in silence, unable to come up with an answer. Silence fills the depressing air until the familiar man coughs quietly. Sorry, this isn't an answer, but I'm not the child's father. And of course, she isn't his mother. Her husband and I used to be merchants. Our profession is much more dangerous now, but some are still willing to take the risk. Half of the supplies belong to her husband. I can't go eating someone else's food, now can I? Stanley's eyes widen at the unexpected answer. Sorry. I didn't realize. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have misjudged you and spoken out of turn. It's okay. It really is a serious issue. We aren't his parents. I heard him say that he had a similar experience as your own. His biological parents died in an accident 2 years ago when he was only 8 years old. None of us can be sure none of us can be sure that we'll live to see tomorrow in this cruel world, let alone stay together with our children. And of course, we can't guarantee a safe upbringing for our children. Okay. She slowly walks up and sits down next to Stanley, then gently pants up on the back with one hand and rubs Madge's fluffy head with the other. It's so hard for children to even just stay alive when they're separated from their parents at such a young age. I will consider what you said carefully and be sure to make the right decision. Okay. Enough of this crap. Isn't it obvious? If you have a child, you should raise them. Everyone is faced with hardship in this cruel world. We're all equal here. No point in complaining. Sorry. No need to apologize. The world is full of injustice. She looks at everyone and slowly closes her eyes. We're all struggling with the same adversities, but some people are armed, and some people can move freely. Others carry lives yet to be born, and others are forced to run before they can walk. It's amazing if you can survive in this world and save another life. Alright, it's my fault. I just don't want to see everyone looking down in the dumps. It's hard enough to have a newborn life, only to get kicked back. He turns his back to the refugee woman and Stanley with a little indignation. You shouldn't downtrod on others just because you've been down on your luck. Just like how one shouldn't suppress their sadness, the hope that still exists in the crowd should never be taken away. No matter which side of the debate, each has its own reasons. But, Stanley, I know what you're worried about. Liv sews up the crying child's wound and wraps him in a blanket, then stands up with her hand on the edge of the cot. The arrival of a new life should be a joyful thing, but we don't want to give each other a burden beyond our means. You're right. Even so, this difficulty can also be rewarding. By that, I don't just mean getting supplies using the kindness of others, but hope and dependence. Liv looks down at Matches next to Stanley and smiles quietly. Did you choose to take care of Matches because you think he'll help you get supplies? No. But by doing so, your life has become more difficult and has made your food even more scarce. But as you said, it gives your life meaning and motivation. That's why you made the choice, right? Yeah. He nods and looks at the woman beside him, apologetically. Well then, how do you view this child? She lowers her head in silent contemplation. You should still have the baby. We're barely making it through each day, and we don't have enough to eat, but it's also sad to see someone die. If there are only a few living people left in this land, what good are more supplies? This world won't be so lonely with more lives around. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hearing this, he immediately turns around excitedly and claps his hand. His hands. Whether it's a person or a dog, you need to protect them as their mom. You can't be so quick to give up. Ugh, there we go, running my mouth again. He gently pats himself on the face in apology. Stanley and the woman in the crowd laugh at his motherly instinct kicking in. Sorry, I've never been too good at talking with others. He rubs his hands with a kind smile. The dust from his hands causes him to sneeze a couple of times. Well, since you're already here, how about changing the subject? What's your name? Where did you come from? How's the situation outside? Every new refugee always gets asked, where did you come from and what's the situation outside? So much so, they've become the standard greeting. Even if they don't answer at first, they will be asked in private. My name is Fantine. I came from City 45 in the south. I was originally going to City 44's conservation area, but then there was a problem with the CPF. What's wrong with City 45 and 44? The conservation area in 45 is full, and something's wrong with 44's CPF, for which I was stopped by a construct on my way there. He said that a horde of hetero creatures attacked the conservation area and the CPF, so they're evacuating the residents. City 44. That's where Lucy and Lee are. Hearing this, the refugees begin to whisper amongst each other. I thought it would be safest to the south. Looks like it's just more of the same suffering. There may not be those twins, but there are just as many hetero creatures. Guess it's not safe here anymore. We need to evacuate ASAP. Evacuate? Where else is there to go? Are there any safe places left out there? And what else should we do? If Babylonia doesn't send any more support, What about the Forsaken? The Forsaken. Actually, this gentleman came from the Forsaken. Oh? You know the Forsaken. How's the situation over there? I don't know them too well, but I've done business with them as a merchant. They're still sheltering refugees, but every base is already overcrowded. Looks like we need to think about evacuating. They're still in a better position than most conservation areas. At least they have food reserves, but given this environment, they're in desperate need of serum. I came here to see if I could find any spare serum in the conservation areas to exchange with them. Exchange? You mean, you mentioned her husband was also a merchant. What about him? He fell into the red tide while protecting me. The last time I heard his voice, he was already... I know he isn't alive anymore, but the heterosapien sounded just like him. If this gentleman hadn't come here to pick up goods, I would have been torn to pieces by those heterosapiens. It seems like you've had your fair share of experience with those monsters. The old lady nods in recognition. What's your name, young man? My name's... No way that's real, right? Hold on, wait a minute. Sorry, that took me by... Huh? This guy's... No way, right? Is it... Okay. My name's Shrek. Out of every name you could have given this NPC, you gave him the name Shrek? Shrek? Hearing this name, Liv finally realizes why the man seems so familiar. The first time she heard this name was before they encountered the polyphage. Oh! That's right! Grey Raven had received a new message that required them to search the coordinates left by Huashu in the deserted ruins. She had accidentally stumbled across a book while looking for clues. Oh, I remember now. Cardman Writer Genesis. She carefully opened the faded cover. After reading the whole story, she found a line of a beautifully written message written on the back cover. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters, and time has washed every one of them away. Live for tomorrow, because all will pass. To Shrek. There weren't any clues in the book, but Grey Raven had coincidentally seen this message written on a wall of the ruins. Look, something is written on the wall. Following where Liv is pointing, you find a neatly written slogan on the wall of an abandoned building. Earth has been stricken with innumerable disasters, and time has washed away every one of them. Live for tomorrow, because all will pass. How very inspiring. It looks kind of new as well. Could one of the scavengers have written this? A hazily written, of course, could be seen below the slogan. There seems to be something else after these two words, but they have been roughly scrubbed off. Later, they finally saw the message following the words of course. And also, their last memories. There has never been an endless winter on this planet, but when spring comes and the ice melts away, you won't be there to see it with me. Shrek, you will live. Shrek, stop. Let me explore the unknown. Although she learned a part of Shrek's past through the Spear of FOS, she knew it wouldn't be appropriate to bring it up at this time. Therefore, Liv decides to remain quiet. You're trading for the serum. What about her husband? What's he trading his supplies for? Also the serum. He was originally tasked with exchanging supplies, but since he hadn't returned in a long time, I went to look for him. Oh, but we're running low on serum ourselves. Do you have 4 vials to trade for these supplies? I can only trade for 3, just in case we have new wounded refugees. It's okay, I understand. He rubs his rain-soaked hair. After I left the Forsaken, every conservation area on my way here had run out of food and serum. Some even tried to rob me. Seems like you guys are in a lot better shape. The outside is overrun with hetero creatures. Mind if I rest here? If the doctor doesn't mind, we don't either. If you don't mind the lack of space. Of course not. Thank you. He yawns carelessly, leans against the corner, and closes his eyes. All these people gather together, but no one knows what will happen tomorrow. What did the Commandant think after regaining consciousness? I wish you were by our side, Commandant. Shrek. First, joy and sorrow. Nightfall descends upon Earth once more. Liv steps out of the room where the two commandants are resting and looks out at the landscape outside the basement. What can I do to make Usabeni regain consciousness? Dim moonlight covers the scarred earth in a veil of peace, obscuring the mountains of death for those still wandering out in the wilderness. If time wasn't a measure of how long the explorers had left, it wouldn't be important for those hiding in the enclosed basement of the conservation area. Here, the reference for measuring minutes and seconds is no longer a clock, but a sense of hunger. When most people would go to sleep according to their biological clock, the constructs protecting the conservation area of City 43 still haven't begun to rest. They are either guarding the conservation area outside or still on rescue missions, and Liv is no exception. Today, the new rescue team brought several injured refugees. Although they should have been happy to find new survivors, the increasingly scarce supplies make it impossible for them to celebrate. She wants to do something, but there is nothing she can do. She wants to speak with others, but her listeners have gone their separate ways. Before her regret can condense into a needle stabbing into her chest, she carefully weaves it into her diary. Intensive care patient record. Lindsay, 21 years old, fell from height. Open fracture, skin damaged, open wound, and skin exposing, open wound and skin exposing broken bone. Oh my god, hemopneumothorax, ruptured spleen, ruptured liver, septic shock. Medical history, nil. CPR performed, return of spontaneous circulation, an urgent need of AB blood, splenectomy, and liver repair. However, such complicated surgeries cannot be performed in the current environment. Is there really nothing we can do? When Miss Lindsay was brought in, she was in critical condition. I heard she fell from a high-rise building trying to protect her partner. Thanks to her, Miss Jin only had minor injuries on her left hand and ankle. Her blood type did not match Miss Lindsay's and could not be used for transfusion. All she could do was pray by your side. As a medic myself, I know I shouldn't believe in illusory concepts like destiny or God. Still, I hope for a miracle. Miss Lindsay was rescued at noon, but she was seriously injured, or wounded. It seemed unreasonable to try to save a seriously injured patient with such a lack of materials, because it would only prolong her pain and would not change the outcome. But I saw Miss Lindsay's desire and struggle in her eyes. Whenever she slightly regained consciousness, she would be looking for her partner. Whenever she found her, she would open her trembling mouth as if to say something. She must have something she wants to say. That's why she worked so hard to do so. So I did my best to give her first aid. Her chances were slim, but I still hoped that a miracle could happen. After recording Lindsay's treatment, she quietly stares at her diary for a long time, as she tries to find any potential opportunity from the limited content to make a better effort to save her life or reduce her pain. However, all possible opportunities for recovery are like stones sinking into a deep pool, leaving ripples of regret at the surface as she is unable to shake the difficulty of such a feat. But this doesn't cause Liv to give up hope. She continues to search, contemplating her experiences over the past few days, and searching between the lines to find something that she can do. Mr. Lester. Oh, whoops. No, I missed the freaking thing. Damn it. I don't know much about Mr. Lester. He was just transferred from City 42 yesterday. I only know that he hates sweet-flavored cookies and that he wakes up at 2 to 4 a.m. in the morning and cries. Man, I went too fast on that one. Wait, let me see if I can go back on it via the playback on stream. Wait. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, there we go. Lister, 37 years old, abdomen injury caused by hetero creature attack, acute renal injury, or renal, severe punishing infection, pestering wound, unconscious most of the time. Medical history, post-polio syndrome, scoliosis, right foot pronation, prolonged malnutrition. Maintain fluid resuscitation and keep checking for infection. Okay, that's his medical report. Gotcha. When we evacuated CPF 40, we believed that there was still time to rescue others. So many teams were with us. There was a chance for the situation to get better. There was hope. But as time went on, more and more lives were lost, like remnant memories of the past. The seeds of hunger and sickness began to sprout within the survivors. A prolonged future no longer brought joy. Instead, it has rather turned into a hotbed of incubating suffering and torture. Lastly, 21 years old, left leg fracture, fell from height, hemopneumothorax, medium punishing infection, multiple ulcerations in lower extremities, still conscious. Medical history, infection-induced cardiac tamponade. Emergency treatment has been performed, but a surgery cannot be performed due to lack of equipment. Keep draining and checking for infection. Suffering from severe, intolerable chest pain. We're running low on painkillers. Miss Laslia loves her bunny plush. It was left behind by her late sister. Talking about it can reduce her pain slightly. I hope she gets well soon. And I hope Commandant can wake up soon. Callie, 79-year-old, stage 4 gastric cardia cancer, esophageal cancer, severe anemia, light punishing infection. Medical history, NA, soybean or allergy. If there's only something I can do. I told the old man his condition as he asked. After learning the news, he has not eaten anything for 3 days. He has had nothing but water since then. Did I really do the right thing? Kanata, 47-year-old, mind age, a construct. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission. Inver device damaged. Broken, multiple broken bones throughout the body. Large area of artificial skin burned. The current supplies available aren't able to fix Mr. Kanata's broken bones. He must turn off the pain module to enter hibernation in order to avoid mind deviation. However, when he has to vacate the sleeping pod for someone else, he needs to reactivate the pain module temporarily. He doesn't show it on his face, but I know the pain must be excruciating. Mr. Kanata looked furious when Lucia brought him back. He kept saying that he should die in battle instead of becoming a burden. But Lucia told him, being injured isn't a burden. Giving up is. He stopped arguing after hearing that. Commandant would probably say the same thing. I really hope Commandant can wake up soon. Nagayuki, 17-year-old, mind age. Attacked in the middle of a rescue mission. Invert device damaged. Left side limbs completely destroyed. Unstable mind. Her mind instability needs Vanessa's help. All infection symptoms had disappeared, but our available supplies cannot repair her invert device. Often shows signs of mind instability due to damaged left side limbs. Miss Nagayuki has lost all her teammates in the rescue mission. Apart from the damage in the frame, her mind was also seriously damaged. I hope there is something I can do for her. She likes music. There are a few musicians among the refugees, and their songs can calm her down a little. Unfortunately, they can't help but are scared by her wounds. I can only put her in the room next to the musicians for now. Akane, 12 years old. Severe punishing infection, multiple traumatic wounds on the back. Medical history, bipolar disorder. Apart from her injuries, Akane's extreme mood swings are also the main reason why I put her under intensive care. Oh shit. I said I clicked it way too soon. No. Oh. Hang on. Intensive care. There are no medicines that can treat her disorder within the conservation area. Many also hold a lot of prejudice against her attitudes. There you go. She must stay away from the hostile voices, but there is not enough space for her to stay alone in the basement. I am currently putting her next to Miss Nagayuki. They are getting along well so far, and I must watch them carefully. She likes Laslia's bunny. Sometimes she even takes it away without telling Laslia, and then suddenly unleashes her rage on it. I promised her that I would make her an identical bunny once I got the required materials. Jane, 51 years old, hit on the head while protecting supplies and her children. Traumatic brain injury, currently in a coma. Medical history. Her children are unable to provide further information. Her symptoms are similar to those of Commandant's. Both suffer from bleeding and coma caused by traumatic injuries. Likewise, she is also unable to wake up. Lee found 3 lifeless bodies during his search. Next to the bodies, he also found some supplies that seemed to belong to Miss Jane and her children. There wasn't a lot of supplies, but Lee handed the supplies to her children anyway. Weapons cannot bring privilege to anyone in this cruel world. We must unite. This really drills in the whole, the overall horrible situation they're in. Like, this really, they really nail it into your head. All right, I'm going to be right back. Give me like a few minutes. Sorry about that. Okay. Bach. Number 19. Both legs amputated due to hetero creature attack. Multiple stab wounds on the back. Severe punishing infection. The stumps are ulcerated and unable to heal. Anemia. Medical history, NA. Penicillin allergy. The lack of painkillers makes him suffer from enormous pain from ulcerations and sterilization. Thanks to the serum, his infection seems to be healing. Mr. Bach is a very optimistic person. He would force himself to laugh even when the pain became intolerable. His friends are all very proud of him. But he passed away. The wounds on his back caused tetanus. His friends buried him on the hill behind the conservation area. I'm so sorry. If only I could pay a little more attention. If only we had more supplies. But there are no ifs. I'm sorry. Orphe, 45-year-old. Multiple tears in chest and abdomen caused by hetero creature attacks. Severe punching infection and abdomen ulceration. Prolonged malnutrition. Anemia. Medical history. Dysfunctional uterine bleeding. She was already in hemorrhagic shock before the surgery. Thanks to blood donors, we were able to save her from death. However, her wounds weren't healing well and required intensive care. Miss Orphe is a nurse in Cities 43's conservation area. She has been through many rescue missions. Despite her injuries, she kept comforting me as I changed her dressings. She told me not to lose my courage even after witnessing many deaths. And that I should not be disappointed in myself even after I failed to save someone. We must let go of our remorse and embrace the future, so we won't have new regrets. I never confided in her, but she read me like an open book. Miss Orphe passed away. She saved many people in City 43's conservation area. They voluntarily hosted her funeral. She smiled and said thank you to them on her dying bed before closing her eyes. On the night prior to the blast from the Longinus Arsenal, the staff and residents of City 43's conservation area planned to evacuate south to City 44. During the evacuation, their team was attacked by hetero creatures and had to return to staying with Grey Raven, which had arrived later. Everyone who stays in City 43's conservation area owes their thanks to the residents. Without them, there would be no secure shelter, and Liv wouldn't have been able to remove the Commandant's hematoma. But she still wouldn't have been able to save Orphe's life. Even if you hold the precious water of life in your palm without a container, you can only watch as it drips from your grasp until it dries up. The deeper that sorrow carves into your being, the more joy you can contain. Together they come, and when one sits alone with you at your board, remember that the other is asleep upon your bed. Verily, you are suspended like scales between your sorrow and your joy. Only when you are empty are you at standstill and balanced. She has seen those who look down on life and death, as well as their calm expressions of indifference. But Liv cannot do it. She chose the more cumbersome path. During countless helpless nights, she has let silent tears burn her wounds and pain, giving her motivation to work harder to build a better tomorrow. If it really happens so that together they come, it would be her motivation to tip the scales and achieve happiness. Constructs have a stronger ability to fight and survive than humans. However, they cannot survive this forsaken catastrophe alone. The punishing virus, casualties of war, insufficient maintenance chambers and power, unrepairable frames. Aside from these obvious dilemmas, the hearts of constructs will never waver just from a change of frames. Despite not having wounds, Lucia tightly clenches her blade among the crowd. Even Lee, a construct of few words, has become even more reticent. Aside from discussing rescues and missions, he remains silent for most of the day. With the birth of the twins and the impact of the hetero-hive mother, Grey Raven has been unable to move about freely. Without the Commandant, the 3 people here would be among the list of names engraved on the monument. But when Vanessa learned about the Commandant's actions, she only sneered at it. Regardless of how much you contribute while you're alive, you're worthless when you're dead. Saying this, her eyes revealed some indescribable haze, like that of anger or sadness. Ulana, 13-year-old, acute hepatic failure caused by consumption of Amanita verna, light punishing infection, occasional coma and convulsion. Medical history, NA. We don't have any medication for acute hepatic failure. Lucy is going to another conservation area to seek assistance. Without medication, I'm afraid he won't survive another 3 days. But the other conservation area also has a patient suffering from acute hepatic failure. Commandant still cannot take any food. We are also running low on the fluid used for parenteral nutrition. What should I do? Looking at the list of critically wounded on the last page, Liv becomes lost in thought. There are only 11 critically wounded because most of the others could not make it to the moment when rescue came. The 13-year-old boy, Pulana, passed away the night before yesterday. However, his name is still on the record because Liv has been too busy to update it. Liv had heard the refugees laughing a while ago. Poisonous mushrooms will cause you to hallucinate. You'll see all sorts of crazy things. You should try it if you get the chance. Liv warned them not to try them, just to see some crazy hallucinations, because the only thing that would happen is liver failure. What does it matter if we die of hunger or die from being poisoned? Might as well go out having fun. That is the cruel reality. The possibility of an excruciating death from hallucinogenic mushrooms has become seen as a peaceful death. Is that why you ate them? Lana. It's meaningless to ask questions about the deceased. Liv shakes her head and shifts her attention back to the list of supplies. I'm not gonna read all that. It's a lot to read. The lives and well-being of the refugees hinges on this list, but no matter how many times she checks it, the supply shortage won't miraculously get any better. Yeah, a majority of people have punishing infection. Jeez. Even now, the Commandant's life hangs in the balance. Even though she only administers the minimal electrolyte compound required, there are only enough supplies for 2 more days. Jesus. Oh, God. Hey, doctor. A call from within the basement interrupts Liv's thoughts. She puts down the records and hurries in the direction of the sound. I think I heard Akane crying. Can you check up on her? Okay, thank you for telling me. She nods and quickens her pace toward Akane and Nagayuki's room. Akane. Miss Liv. Throwing herself into Liv's arms, Akane lets out a muffled cry in the comfort of Liv. Quiet as it is, Akane's cry makes his way through the basement, stirring up empathy from the other refugees. Faced with a mounting disaster, everyone is nothing but rubble amidst the rising flood of despair, leaving no hope for retreat. If Babylonia's next rescue attempt is futile, what will happen to the Commandant and the people stranded here? Liv held the crying Akane and puts her hand on her aching chest. If there's anything I can do. She desperately awaits good news, hoping that she can have the power to end everyone's suffering. But time and again, she is helpless in changing reality. Liv pats her on the back and sings an old song to alleviate the despair hanging in the air. I'll become the wind's gaze. Countless nights and days, chasing your wake around the lake. Just stay a little longer. What song are you singing, Miss Liv? Oh, it's a song from a long time ago. Everyone would sing it in the field hospital. That song, I've heard it before. The man with the guitar squeezes through the door. He shivers at the sight of Nagayuki deep asleep, but quickly recovers his expression and sits down beside Akane and Liv. I remember a composer during the post-pandemic age wrote it to commemorate their friends, but the song became a hit because so many people had lost their families and friends. Is that so? The older generation sings it for comfort. How about I teach it to you, Akane? What do you say? I want Miss Liv to teach it to me. Alright, then I'll teach it to her first. He strums a few chords on his guitar and begins to sing the first verse. Oh, I remember. That's it. Hey, what brings you in here playing your guitar? Hey. The sound of Chuck's guitar attracts several musicians from the room next door. They crowd in one by one and look at the people in the isolation ward with curiosity and fear. Just playing a song with the doctor. Want to join in? All right. And can you sing? Of course, the doctor can sing. Sing, Miss Liv. Don't be afraid, la la la. Open your heart and let the music flow out. All right. Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. We'll sing instead of crying, la 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 la. Okay. Although she is a bit unsure of herself, she takes a deep breath and begins to sing. As Liv sings, the other musicians drum the rhythm with their hands, followed by Chuck's guitar. Hearing the singing, Nagayuki opens her eyes and listens to the singing as she checks that her wounds are covered. Like the wind's gaze, oh fallen friends. This song of mourning sings the wounds in everyone's heart. Akane listens to the song and wipes her tears as she sits beside Nagayuki's bed. Entranced in the music, the musicians don't notice the crowd of curious eyes gathering behind them. Longing for the past, they enjoy the music in silence. We are the scattered souls beside the round lake of life. If our paths could cross again, we could reunite once more. Even though we have changed. Even as the sun or evening wind, your familiar yet mysterious shadow must also. Believe that we will meet again. Believe this is only a momentary parting. As her voice fades, Liv finally notices the crowd standing around her as everyone erupts in applause. That sure brings back memories. I didn't think anyone could sing. Well, we don't want to waste such a rare opportunity. Let's teach everyone to sing. Don't the wounded need to rest? I'm okay. I want to listen to everyone sing too. Me too. We'll sing instead of crying, la la la. Inspection of City 45 and 44 complete. I didn't recover any supplies, but I found a field of mature wheat in the ruins. At noon, the next day, Lucia takes a heavy bag and squeezes through the sealed door with the other constructs. You've worked hard, everyone. Get some rest in the chambers. You should get some rest as well, Lucia. They wave and walk to a room on the left side of the basement, leaving the 3 gray ravens at the door. I also asked about the medicine you requested, but they didn't have any in stock. What about the other areas? I checked, but the other conservation areas are worse off than us. We just had another critically wounded refugee join us. If this keeps up any longer, in the current situation, taking supplies from anyone else would make no difference to the status quo. Sorry. Lucia. She grabs Lucia's hand and shakes her head. It's okay. In this situation, we can't save everyone. Liv comforts Lucia slowly and painfully, like treading across water laden with thorns. We can only do our best. Here, I found some of the cloth and cotton you requested earlier. Thanks. Aside from this, there's also some not so good news. The conservation area of City 44 was ambushed by a horde of hetero creatures. I heard that from the refugees that just arrived. What happened? Some hetero creatures learned to attack as a group and began attacking where people gathered. We stayed there for a whole day before we could get rid of all the hetero creatures. Parts of the conservation area were damaged, leaving only one construct to repair the CPF and evacuate the refugees gathering there. Looks like there are fewer and fewer temporary refuges. The twins are still at City 41, which puts us in danger. If these rescue missions from Babylonia keep failing, we better prepare an evacuation plan just in case. Now there are more people gathered in this conservation area than in any other place, which poses an issue for evacuation. There are a few targets left that can be destroyed, traveling north along the west coast. We'll be defenseless if we're attacked by either the twins or a horde of hetero creatures. If these rescue missions for Babylonia keep failing. The 3 stand silently at the door to this hypothetical question. No one dares to open it and reveal what awaits. At first, the team stayed on the surface to help those in the same situation, while also giving the Commandant some time to heal. They believed that there was still a ray of life in the dark depths. They believed that the enemy could be defeated, that people would survive, and that the Commandant would return to the team. But these expectations, struggles, and prayers have had no impact on the growing sense of despair. It's too early to give up. We need to believe in Babel. Right as she says believe, she suddenly lowers her head with a somber expression, as if remembering some painful memory, and trails off. Lucia? It's nothing. Just that, if they continue to use the same tactics for conducting rescue missions, it'll only lead to more deaths. Perhaps, they just need some time to adjust their tactics. Lucia solemnly looks at the nearby room, the room where the Grey Raven Commandant remains resting in a coma. But we should still be prepared. Let's rescue. Wow, what's in the heavy sack? A refugee with keen eyes spots the rice brought back by Lucia and cries out in surprise. I found this rice in some ruins. We're going to make porridge tonight. Woohoo! Quina, get your pot! This sack of rice is enough to feed all 100 of us. His shouting gets the attention of all those around him, who all stand up in surprise. That's great. Looks like we're getting porridge tonight. Finally, some good news. Want me to help make it? There should be an extra stove in the storage up top. Ours is out of gas. We just gotta bring it down here. Okay, I'll go get it. I'll also collect some purified rainwater. It's been raining nonstop the past few days, so there should be more than enough water. Then the rest of us will sit here and rub the rice ears with our hands to remove the husks. Huh? This ain't no rice. You can tell just by the sack. Besides, the constructs had to fight to bring it. Are you too lazy to help them prepare it? You're the boss. We'll do as you say. Licking Queena. You only ever listen to the leader. Shut up. All you do is gossip. Everyone begins to engage in joyous conversation and jolly cooperation as everyone lines up to take strands of rice and begins husking them in every corner of the base. Shortly after, the water, purifier, and cooking implements are ready. Everyone puts the husked rice into the water for it to be filtered and then set to boil over the fire. Only an old man is left holding rice. He stands up weakly and attempts to address the crowd, but his feeble voice fails to garner anyone's attention. Mr. Callie, what's wrong? Since being diagnosed with cancer, he has refused to eat. Can I hold on to this? Of course, it's meant for everyone to eat. Not eat, just save. He shouts with all his strength, but only intermittent syllables come out of his lips. He was already malnourished before refusing to eat. Now, he's more like a candle in the wind, as if he would go out any moment. Of course. These days, the old man gave his own food, or the food he could get, to others. This was his only request. Liv has no reason to refuse. She doesn't understand why, but seeing him struggling to speak, she refrains from asking any more questions. She just helps him sit beside the bed, but next to his wife. Thank you, young lady. My legs aren't what they used to be. I told him not to stand, but he's as stubborn as a mule. The elderly couple sits together, holding the rice and looking happily at the crowd gathered around the large pot. The embers in their eyes, which were extinguished by despair and rain, ignited once more. People dance among the steam, dispelling their depression over the past few days. The sobbing that echoed throughout the basement had stopped. The bedridden people slowly opened their eyes to catch rays of light in their dim vision. In this dark world, everyone gathers together to watch the small portable stove and the large cooking pot as they waft the delicious smell of rice porridge. If hope were to manifest itself, this would surely be the embodiment of it. Liv notices that the woman who had been guarding her husband stands up from beside her, joins the crowd, and looks forlornly into the flame of the gas stove. Miss Jin. Hi. She tries to squeak out a polite smile, but fails. Lindsay just woke up. She wanted to try some porridge and told me to join the others. Right after that, she bites her lower lip as tears begin to trickle onto the floor. Just like he said, she won't make it through the night. Her sobbing becomes louder and louder. The people around her gradually quiet down as they're brought back to cold reality. Some people can't endure this moment. Others can't endure the next. Some people say that the hospital walls have heard more repentance and prayer than churches. But no matter how hard one prays in front of a life that is lost, the outcome won't change. Why does she want to sacrifice herself to protect me? I might as well join her. Liv approaches Jin and holds her trembling hands. But she knows that even if she manages to comfort Jin, the situation won't change for the crowd. Faced with parting life, Words of comfort are far too shallow. When survivors laugh around the campfire, they can't forget the shadows behind them. Light and shadow go hand in hand. If someone dies, it means someone will be saved. If a person, especially a doctor, cannot calmly face the parting between life and death, it means that they will drown in their own regret one day. But Liv knows that she cannot learn how to face this situation with reason alone. Once upon a time, an otherwise outgoing professor said this with a rare sigh. Optimism, calmness, indifference to life and death. These all help persuade ourselves, but we can't force others to maintain a positive outlook. Don't deprive others of the right to be sad, nor discourage them to grieve, because persuasion is always more useful than force. Especially you, Liv. I know you can't learn how to remain emotionless when treating lives that cannot be saved, so that's why I am telling you this. I hope you can allow yourself to be sad, and use this accumulated regret as motivation to save those you can. This is also a kind of comfort for those who cannot be comforted. Persuasion is always more useful than force. But how can I? When she looks up, Liv sees Chuck and his guitar suggesting something to Liv. Should we sing instead of crying? He nods, then closes his eyes and begins to strum his guitar. Shortly after, the other musicians follow his lead and join in. In the crowd, those who have learned this song before begin to sing along with the music. Life is like a round lake along the path we take, running with the birds, playing in the dirt. I walk on, but where have you gone? Hearing everyone sing, Liv faintly smiles and joins them. I'll become the wind's gaze, countless nights and days, chasing your wake around the lake. Just stay a little longer. Don't walk away so somber. A song. It's a nice song. If only the Commandant was awake to hear it. We'll just have Liv singing again when the Commandant wakes up. Okay? When that time comes, we can all sing together. I'll pass. I think the Commandant wants to hear you sing. The music and hot porridge warms the hearts of the despondent crowd as they join in the chorus and clap along. They find solace in the melancholic lyrics rather than rely on false hope. They use the song to unload their grievances and shed tears, leaving only faint echoes of their cries. See? What'd I say? Playing music might not fix anything, but getting your feelings off your chest is better than holding them in. That's sung. Listening to the song, the old man's lips begin to tremble and his eyes brim with tears. What's wrong? He's fine. An old man like him, he's probably just thinking about the past. As people get older, some things become more clear, regardless of the song or a sack of rice. She shivers and lights a precious rolled cigarette as her eyes sink into memories. During the Golden Age, livestock and farmland were run by machines. After the meltdown of the zero-point reactor, food sources were cut off. After such a long time, it was difficult for people to take up farming and raising livestock, but some people managed to do it. Not many people were able to, while also fighting the corrupted. People talked about taking seeds back to find safe places to plant crops. But once there weren't any corrupted, people desperate for food came to seize all of our hard work. She raises her hardened gaze and looks around at the refugees sitting in the basement. Just like the Great Winter Famine in the historical records, there was no stable yield of food for a long time. People could only take what they could get their hands on. Without livestock or produce, we resorted to eating birds and mice. People even scavenged in areas with hordes of corrupted, but few returned. So people began to breed something that could raise quickly and that others hated. She takes out the half remaining rolled cigarette and draws something about 4 centimeters in length with her hands. She doesn't say what it was, but everyone understands what she meant. This music, this like instrumental, this acoustic, it reminds me of Song of the Ancients from Nier Replicant, but like the acoustic version of it. That's what it reminds me of. But there wasn't much left to feed those pesky insects, so they couldn't raise enough to be made into protein blocks like the movies in the Golden Age. And, normally, people wouldn't have touched them, but worst came to worst, even those were taken. If this went unchecked, we would have filled our stomachs with everything, and there wouldn't be anything left. So rules were made and spread through word of mouth. Seeds must be left behind. Offspring and fish eggs are not to be eaten. Plant roots must remain in the soil. Pregnant animals and their food are not to be disturbed unless there is an emergency. Once people began to abide by these rules, we noticed some improvement. Animals could be seen in the mountains and forests, and seedlings sprout in areas that were harvested. It helped us get through our darkest time. The old folks who lived through that era still remember it. But the disaster didn't spare us. It only got worse every day. Sometimes people break the rules when they can no longer take the hunger. And once the rules are broken, those that suffer have no choice but to do the same. That's when we met Cheese. We didn't know his real name, but that's what he was eating when we saw him. Cheese was so rare at the time, that's what we decided to call him. She takes a deep drag of her cigarette. Ash rolls down her fingers, but she doesn't seem to mind. She just sighs in the thick cloud of smoke. Nothing I'm proud of. We thought he was well off, seeing him eat cheese next to a field he lived by. That old geezer snuck into his field to steal food for us to eat, but didn't leave him any seeds. Cheese and his wife barely made it through the winter, but the baby in her belly didn't make it. The first time we heard this song was when he was kneeling in his empty field, holding his wife who had fainted from crying as he sang to her. We didn't have the heart to go up and confess what we had done. We sent him some supplies, but they moved away shortly after. Since then, we've had the habit of leaving seeds for everything we eat. Even if no one cares about this rule, we can't break it ourselves. Even though the conservation areas have already been built, there's still room to raise crops and livestock there. But as you all have seen, this stuff won't last very many days if anything bad happens. She shakes her head, then snuffs out her cigarette. Well, enough of me rambling out these trifles of the past. The porridge should be ready now. Let's dig in. Hey, Light. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've been doing well. Yeah. The refugees who already become too preoccupied with thoughts of the long-awaited porridge to listen to her story suddenly spring to life. Surprised by the excitement, the constructs resting in the nearby room walk out. Let's start serving everyone. Sure. Everyone, form a line. No need to push and shove. Got it. Everyone grabs a spoon and lines up, holding their own tableware containers enthusiastically, paying extra attention that they receive their fair share. Fine, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, thank you for asking. Jin holds the porridge carefully, salutes the construct soldiers and Liv, then returns to Lindsay's bed. Old Callie, having not eaten for 3 days, takes a bite out of his wife's porridge under her persuasion. Stanley, Shrek, Fantine, everyone except for the wounded who are still unconscious, gets a bowl of warm porridge. The heat from the bowl in their hands warms their spirit as people sit down and enjoy this rare delicacy. How was your day also? Pretty good. Thank you for asking. Pretty good. Pretty joke. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Liv. While the crowd is distracted by their meal, Lucia calls Liv aside in a low voice. Yes? Come with me. The Great Evacuation. Oh, the first combat node. In the dark room, Vanessa is stirring her porridge in her cup with an exquisite coffee spoon. Commandant Usabeni is lying on the bed next to her, still unconscious. What's wrong? Surprised I'm eating porridge from a cup? I know it's not exactly my style, but I like to make the best of things when a situation is out of my control. I'm sure you've realized by now. Babylonia's cut off aid. What? Lyd had obviously been too busy taking care of everyone to realize this fact. Boss fight here is insane. Oh boy. Since the last rescue operation failed, if you ask them about their next operation or their change in tactics, they always give a vague response. They're also not providing regular contact. Whenever I contact them, they just give the same response. Lucia also got the same response, too. It's nothing too unusual. They've just postponed support operations to this area for the time being. They've done this in the past. It's just the first time I've experienced it. Guess your indifference means you've all been mentally prepared for this? Looks like we're on our own for now. Yeah, it's unrealistic to expect to be rescued under these circumstances. I'd do the same if I were in charge. It's the only logical solution. Aside from that, there's some good news and bad news. The good news is, even though Babylonia has cut off support, they haven't blocked my access to GPS intel. The bad news is, based on this GPS intel, the unidentified twins have entered City 42. What are you guys going to do? Our location is dangerous. With our numbers, we'll suffer losses if we run into any hostile encounters. I want to disperse the 164 people gathered into several teams, which is more conducive to action. We've had some more refugees join over the past few days. We now have 172 people and a dog, but that doesn't include us and the Commandant. We're already at 172 people? Decentralization is definitely conducive to dealing with emergencies, but it will take more time to retreat. We'd better get ready immediately. On the way, we also need to deal with 3 problems. High punishing concentration, lack of food and energy, and hetero creature attacks. Protective gear can protect us against the punishing concentration. We don't have enough for everyone, but we can move them in waves. The second problem is difficult to solve. All we can do is move slowly. As for the third problem, we'll just have to defend it with everyone. Where can we move everyone? The safe zones adjacent to City 43, Cities 46, 44, and 45. We just came from City 45. The conservation area is already full after taking in refugees from 44. And personnel from 46 were evacuated after the CPF was damaged, so it's been vacant for some time. The CPF has since been repaired, but it's quite the distance from here. Not to mention, the people living there aren't exactly accepting of outsiders. No, that's an understatement, and it'll lead to an accurate danger assessment. They're a group of armed scavengers that'll attack and rob outsiders. City 44 is completely empty, but the CPF still hasn't been repaired. Hetero creatures have swarmed the perimeter, so they may converge into the red tide at any moment. Looks like there isn't any ideal location. Are you going to find a place for them to live and work in peace? Is the next step to investigate whether the soil is suitable for agriculture? She gracefully eats a spoonful of her porridge, then laughs sardonically. Just find a refuge for them to hold out for the time being. Wait for the twins to leave City 43, then return and repair the damaged buildings. The world will be used up no matter how big it is, as long as they keep treading toward the unknown. If Usubeni was conscious right now, I'm sure the Commandant would resort to the same guerrilla tactics. You think you know, Usubeni? Vanessa sets down her spoon and just laughs coldly at Lee. Let's temporarily divide the crowd into 3 groups for evacuation. Those who can move freely will wear protective gear and follow the safety route we'll plan to bypass the potential battle zone where the red tide may converge and proceed to City 44. 2 constructs will act as guards. While en route, the refugees should refrain from removing their protective gear. They will return once safe living conditions are confirmed in City 44. Understood. We'll have some of the wounded take supplies to City 45. While I searched the area, I found a warehouse with a small filtering device. The conditions are poor, but people can survive there with some simple protection. For the 3rd team, we'll take the Commandant, Vanessa, Bambinata, and the rest of the wounded to Cities 46. Regardless of how hostile they are to outsiders, they can't do much against constructs. That sure was quick. I expect nothing less from the Chief. This may solve the problems caused by the threat of insufficient materials and the twins, but that doesn't cover everything. Don't you know? Constructs need to protect the refugees from hetero creatures while in transit. Some of the wounded need to be transported out. Humans will need protective gear. We don't have enough for each person. That means the group going to City 46 will be unprotected. Correct. But there's one more thing. We can't avoid casualties along the way. I hope you have seen your fair share of hardship and cruelty, Grey Raven. Don't disrupt the team with the illusion of saving everyone. What do you mean? Seems like you guys have been spending too much time trying to rescue people out there. You don't know how many people will actually be able to keep up. I'm sure Liv can enlighten you. We can't take the wounded all at once. They also can't move quickly in the state that they're in, and our vehicles don't have the capacity for everyone. Are you planning to leave people behind if we run out of time? Exactly. But only if time is of the essence. I don't want people's lives to be sacrificed in vain, but I don't want to risk the success of the mission. And I don't want this to be a point of contention between us. Anything that you're not happy about? Or are you still expecting Usubeni to regain consciousness and come up with some big-brain solution that won't require anyone to be sacrificed? If not, I'll be the active commandant here. This is the only way we can save the most lives. If worst comes to worst, who do you think is most likely to encounter danger? Me and Bambinata? Those refugees who still have the strength to run? Or that comatose commandant of yours? Forget it. After all, a puppet led by Usubeni will just shout, "I'll protect everyone," then rush in and die. No point in asking you. Let's plan our next step. How far are you enjoying this chapter? I'm enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot of dialogue, that's for damn sure. It's been 3 hours of just straight dialogue, but I don't personally mind it. I'm enjoying it so far. And this is only the first part. I still think it's necessary to evacuate the critically injured to City 45 and 46 first. You're right. If we have time, they should go first. If the healthy refugees leave first, they may be left here for good. Looks like you've become well acquainted with the inferiority of humans. This doesn't make them inferior. Everyone just wants to live, so we need to plan. Whatever you say. The twins haven't made it to City 43 yet, but I've detected a large horde of hetero creatures from the north. 130 clicks. They're headed right for us. ETA 8 hours. How many? Roughly over 100. Can we hold them off? No, Liv. If they've already grouped up, there are more than 100. I saw something similar in City 44. There's bound to be more beyond your detection range. There may be even 10 or even 100 times more than that. If they find out where we're hiding, we won't be able to defend against such a large horde. Vanessa sneers to herself and eats the porridge in her cup, which had gone cold. Looks like we won't hold out until morning, so we should evacuate immediately. Understood. But I hope we proceed according to plan. Evacuate the wounded first, then the other construct soldiers will escort those who can walk in an orderly manner, so that they can receive help from other stranded elite teams as soon as possible. Some of the wounded can leave on the transport vehicles. After all, your commandant only needs one seat. But I advise you to give up on that latter. Strikehawk and Cerberus are in the same situation as us. There will be more survivors in a base with doctors, but the team won't be able to transfer the influx of wounded. If none of the wounded had survived, this wouldn't be an issue. Please don't say something like that. As I said, there are going to be sacrifices along the way. You don't expect the hetero creatures to wait for you to take your time evacuating everyone, do you? Unwilling to accept such a dire consequence, they have no choice but to accept the reality that they cannot change the status quo. 3, damn. Yeah, I think 6 of the nodes have been just straight dialogue. I'd say 3 hours, but it might have been just like 2.5 hours. Because there were some points where I would pause and like chat for a bit. How many vehicles are left? Including the vehicles we recovered over the past few days from the destroyed conservation areas, we have 3 left. Hurry up and get your commandant into protective gear. Leaving the room where Vanessa and the commandant are located to begin preparations, they are met with an unexpected scene outside. People have already packed their scarce bags of luggage. As Grey Raven exits the room, the refugees look at them coldly. Where's everyone going? We're going to the Forsaken's base. There's no way you can make it there on foot. So I'm going to borrow your rescue vehicles. Why are you leaving all of a sudden? I know you won't tell us the truth. Seeing you all sneak around like that, I took advantage of the noise outside to eavesdrop on your conversation. What did you hear? Babylonia stopped sending aid. I heard that construct say it. He points at Lee's terminal as if stating the obvious. We were just going over possible scenarios with the others. I didn't think anyone had the nerve to eavesdrop on us. Doesn't matter. I knew it was only a matter of time. There have been numerous incidents in the neighboring conservation areas since Babylonia has hung us out to dry and those damn twins are wandering around City 41 again. We don't want to stay here and await death. The 3 vehicles are up and running and we've got the protective gear. Boss, let's go. Please don't take the vehicles. We need them to evacuate the critically wounded. What are we supposed to do then? Not like we can make it there on foot. Won't you be better off with the wounded when we're gone? You'll have more room and it'll be quieter. Seems like they don't know about the hetero creatures and the twins headed right for us. 3 vehicles can't hold 172 people. How are you going to deal with the corrupted and hetero creatures if you get attacked? Outnumber them? The crowd falls silent for a moment before whispering amongst each other. That's why we need to leave before they swarm us. Scavengers like us have our own ways of operating. Leave the rest to us. Please don't. Everything we've done is to ensure as many people can survive as possible. Leaf hesitates for a few seconds, but decides that it's best to inform everyone of the current situation to avert confusion. The refugees had always believed they had the right to know what was happening. A time like this requires everyone to work together to solve the problem. What would happen if they made a decision without knowing the danger? Liv can't even bear the thought of it. Please listen. I just detected a horde of hetero creatures approaching from the north. They'll be here in 8 hours. Also, the twins already left City 41 and have made it to City 42. We need to evacuate with the wounded immediately. If you take the vehicles, we won't be able to evacuate the wounded on foot. If the hetero creatures break through our defenses, they'll enter the basement and kill the wounded. Hearing this, the whole basement becomes speechless. The middle-aged leader looks around the crowd in silence. He contemplates for a few seconds, then turns to face Liv. We'll take your word for it, considering you've taken care of us and the wounded all this time. Saying this, he pauses for several more seconds. After hearing no objection, he continues to speak. Since you're willing to be so honest, I'll make concessions to the constructs and wounded. The crowd erupts in outcry, led by the shrill voices of several refugees. Leave the wounded here. Not like they'll survive much longer if we take them anyway. I don't want to die here. There's no way I can walk all the way there. The refugee leader remains silent among the crowd's protests until several others strong-arm their way in front of him. Boss! What's wrong? You're not wounded. You've just been hungry for a few days, and now you can't walk? No way! Besides, she said those monsters will be here in 8 hours. How can we run past those monsters? And if they don't come, what about those wandering outside? We're armed, and there's a lot of us. We can handle ourselves as long as there aren't too many. I don't know. After what I experienced from Selena's interlude, I don't know. He's right, Doctor. We wanted to take the vehicles because our people are too exhausted to walk. Given the emergency, we should give priority to the wounded that can't walk. We weren't just going to drive away carelessly. If someone falls along the way, they'll slow the rest of us down. We'll be sitting ducks if we get attacked. I understand. What are you at least willing to leave any vehicles? How about this? He raises his voice over the crowd's discussion. We'll take the smallest vehicle to carry everyone's luggage and for people to rest when needed. The other two are rescue vehicles, so they're more suitable for transporting the wounded. That way, we can guarantee our safety to a certain extent while also not disregarding the lives of others. The crowd gradually falls silent, but concerns still remain. But those hetero creatures will be here in 8 hours. There's no way we can outrun them on foot. Even if we take all 3 vehicles, there isn't enough space for everyone. You think you'll be one of the lucky ones who get a ride? Then what should we do, boss? Calm down. We need to come up with a plan. Where were you planning on taking us and the wounded? Given the current situation, it will be best for the healthy refugees to go to City 44. There are still issues with the CPF and the punishing concentration is high, but there won't be any issues along the planned route if everyone wears protective gear. Once City 43 is safe, you can come back. Seems reasonable. It's the nearest city with a direct road and minimal corrupted wandering around there. He deliberately raises his voice as if speaking to the crowd behind him. But if everyone going wears protective gear, there won't be enough for the wounded. There's also a warehouse at City 45 with a small filtration device. I'm not sure it's strong enough to guarantee safety, but anyone with normal level protective gear should do just fine there. Correct. That's where we'll take some of the wounded. We'll take the rest of the wounded to the conservation area in City 46. They should still have enough room to take us in. City 46. Those crazy bastards are just as dangerous as corrupted. But you're right. There's not much they can do against constructs. Then it's settled. She slowly walks out of the room. It's as if she had been listening the whole time. Together with her is Bambi Nata, who now resembles an old doll. We should hurry. Wait, we're not finished here. Going there on foot is going to take a while. As close as City 44 is, we might not even be able to cross City 43's borders in 8 hours. I accept that the doctor genuinely wants us to leave the vehicles here to save the wounded, but I'm not so sure about you. You're standing in as the temporary commandant here, right? I don't know what their commandant is normally like, but I have an idea based on the others in Grey Raven. But you... He forces a sneer. People like you put human lives on one side of the scale and your own personal interests on the other. We've only been stuck here together for a month, but I know your type. If you evacuate with the wounded, who's to say you won't abandon them and guarantee your own safety? I'm just trying to save the most lives. Given our current situation, we don't have enough time and materials to save everyone. Sacrifices will have to be made. What about that wounded deadweight? Human lives aren't equal. If you had to choose between a cracked jewel or some pebble in a muddy ditch, which would you choose? As expected from one of Babylonia's officers, you bastards are just putting a price on our heads, just like what they did during the Great Evacuation. Sensing a fight about to break out between both sides, Liv wants to rush forward and say something, but she's stopped by Lee before she can do anything. Quiet down, Lawson. This Great Evacuation is in our hands now. The 3 cars outside are ours. If you want the 2 rescue vehicles, you have to listen to us. Try and take them by violence. One shot from my gun here, they'll be gone. Are you sure you want that? Well then, what is it? Let our people and the wounded retreat first. You and other constructs stay here to stop the incoming attack. In any case, 2 cars aren't enough for everyone. They'll take the wounded and then come back for us. We haven't made it this far at this point. We won't have made it far at this point. You want them to come back? That's right. I'm sure the doctor and her team will be able to escort the wounded and return safely. Once everyone's retreated safely, you and that unconscious commandant of yours can leave. I can have the other constructs escort you and leave together. I don't trust you. You just call them off whenever you get the chance. So as we are with all the wounded, we target it even before we make it out of City 43. As opposed to me ordering them to pick me up first when you hand over the vehicles. We'll have our eyes on you. You'll leave only when all the wounded have been evacuated first. Even if Grey Raven chooses to listen to you, I can leave with my puppet anytime I want. But that'd be a death sentence going out there on foot, just the 2 of you. You don't want to give up that cracked jewel of yours, do you? Fine. I'll take up the rear. Quit wasting time and get out of here. Vanessa, are you sure about that? Get back here ASAP. Otherwise, it's going to be our funerals. One more thing. You. What's your name? She points to the construct beside her and beckons. My name's Sandra, Commandant Vanessa. Sandra, go be one of their drivers. I'm sure there are going to be plenty of surprises along the way, given how many corrupted and hetero creatures are coming this way. Understood. Let's get going, Liv. I'll leave the evacuation plan up to you. You are more clear on the situation with the wounded. You got it. We'll evacuate the critically wounded and some of the less severely wounded first. It's going to be difficult to take that many people all at once, given how big the stretchers are. Liv opens her medical log and quickly examines the list of wounded. The log hasn't been updated recently, but the current situation is clearly printed in Liv's mind. The 8 critically wounded, Nagayuki, Kanata, and Lindsay, need to stay behind for the time being. The first 2 need Vanessa to maintain stable minds, while Lindsay's wounds can't withstand the crowded and bumpy vehicles, so she needs to be carried away separately on a stretcher with stabilizers once all the other construct soldiers have gathered. The one the Commandant used. Well, the Commandant doesn't need it now. As for Mr. Callie, I don't know if you'll agree to go. The old man who wasn't eating after being diagnosed with cancer. Let me ask him. Even if he doesn't agree to go, we still need space for 4 more people. These people alone will take up 2 cars. At most, they can take the little girl with them. They can make do in the crowded vehicle if we get there fast enough. Let's make some supports between stretchers so we can put them close together without being cramped. Good idea, but there's still only enough room for 4 stretchers. We can only fit a few more sitting down. I'll leave it to you then, Lee. He nods and makes his way to the warehouse. As for the second vehicle, she thumbs through the records on her terminal and makes a new list. They don't need stretchers, but even then, they need to be separated due to their wounds. Even if some people lie under the seats or sit on the legs of those who aren't injured, we can't squeeze them in. Not to mention, our vehicles haven't been modified, so they can't be overloaded, right? Exactly. How many more people do we need to take? We still have 47 wounded. No. Counting the new arrivals over the past few days, that makes 62 people, but the second car can only carry 17, With 4 people in the first car, that means we can only take 21 people in a single trip. That's fine. There's still some hope if we can make another trip. But there are still several other critically injured in our commandant that need to go on the next trip. That means there's no time for hesitation. We'll need to make a 3rd trip. Yeah, let's call everyone. Okay. Lucia walks to the basement. After a short time, some wounded refugees limp out following her. Liv. Since Fantine's name is on the first list, she steps out of the crowd and greets Liv with a smile. Thank you, Liv, but I want to give up my spot. She looks at the crowd and rubs her belly. It's too crowded for me, and I haven't decided if I want to bring my child into this cruel world. I need some time to think. After you leave, the wounded here also need to be looked after. My medical knowledge obviously doesn't compare to yours, but I can still help. Can you take the child I brought with me instead? The wound on his back is still serious, and he needs some room. Okay. Oh, and Shrek wants to speak with you. He greets Liv, pretending to be relaxed. Let me go with you. I'll sit on the roof so I don't take up any space. Besides, if any of the wounded sit up there, they'll most likely fall down, right? Are you sure? It's dangerous up there. Don't worry, hold on tight. You said you want to evacuate to a warehouse in City 45, but is there a doctor there to take care of them? Or are you going to stay there with them? No, that's what I've been worried about. So, someone should be there to look after them, right? I'm no doctor, but I've learned a thing or two about first aid recently. Recently? I got that right. A friend of mine made me realize how important it is. If you don't trust me, I can have the Forsaken send a doctor over. That way, I can continue on my way and deliver the serum. You can't possibly refuse, right? Okay, thank you. Good idea. We should also try to get support from Watanabe. If only the Commandant was still conscious. We could use the Commandant to pull some strings. Having finished assembling the stretchers, Lee appears behind the 3 of them with a frowning face. I know what you're worried about, but Babylonia cut off communication. Who knows, maybe we'll end up joining the Forsaken. She looks up at the dim sky, suddenly getting lost in a memory. I understand why they made this decision, and I don't think it was out of greed or malice, but we're on our own now. I'm used to that by now. You guys talk things over. Want me to go get the wounded? Feeling the gravity of their words, he waves and quickly runs back to the basement. Oh, Liv. Callie said he's not going with the others. Really? I understand. Over 10 minutes later, thanks to everyone's efforts, the first group is already in position. People are crowded together, but not so cramped that the wounded are crushed. Everything's ready. Let's go. I'll deal with the hetero creatures along the way. Liv, take care of the wounded. Lee and Sandra, the other construct, take care of the driving. Lee nods and furrows his eyebrows anxiously. He starts the engine, causing the siren on the rescue vehicle and an alarm from the dashboard speakers to blare. Alert! Vehicle overloaded. Please drive safely and in accordance with the law. Anxiety in Lee's inner brow increases noticeably. He quickly unscrews the cover of the speaker and adeptly cuts the alarm circuit, silencing the noise. Let's get going. Some action. Lucia. Oh, it's Liv talking, but it has Lucia's portrait. Lucia, the wandering hetero creatures nearby are coming over. Vehicles are overloaded. We can't move fast enough to get rid of them. I'll try my best to clear out the enemies on the path. You go as fast as you can. For safety considerations, we will stop the vehicles for defense if we run into enemies on the way. But the vehicles are already wrecked, and most of the wounded can't move. I understand, so we have to make it quick. Go, go, go! Enemies incoming! Protect the vehicles. Oh my god. No, dude. Yeah, it took a while just to get to the first combat node. Oh my god, there's so many of them. No, stop attacking it. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. We've eliminated all the enemies ahead, but there are still some behind us. Keep moving. I'll handle them. There we go. Oh shit. What? I didn't enter Matrix? Oh, Jesus. Why am I not entering Matrix? Come on. There we go, jeez. Really tight timing on that. It's over. Are you guys all right there? Just some minor injuries. I'll handle it. Okay, I'm moving towards you. There we go. See now, for the 3 hours of, or 3.5 hours of dialogue, that's your average experience in any game. That's your average experience in Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. I'm just saying that right now. I'm used to it because I've played those games. I used to play Genshin. I still do play Star Rail, but I'm used to long dialogue. I'm used to it. It's a pain, but at least with this game, the story is interesting for me. Interesting to me. So if you're someone who doesn't like long dialogue, I wouldn't suggest playing Genshin Impact or Star Rail unless you like the story. But Genshin Impact and Star Rail, they have no skip button, unlike this game, which does have a skip button. City 45, West Warehouse, 3:41 a.m. Leaving the conservation area in City 43, they cross past several collapsed roads and buildings attacked by the corrupted and hetero creatures until finally arriving at their destination in City 45, 5.5 hours later. Watanabe's situation isn't looking good either, but at least they promised to send a doctor even offered to take in some refugees if the situation takes a turn for the worst. Thanks for letting me use your terminal. Really? Damn, I never played them, but no skip button? That's crazy. Yeah. Genshin has no skip button for almost everything. They have a skip button for, like, in this game you have character interludes. Genshin has something similar where you can, like, where they have like their own little character stories or whatever, those you can skip, but everything else in the game, even like daily like quests, you cannot skip at all. There's no button for it. And it has a lot more, and it has just as much dialogue as something like Punching Grey Raven or even Fate Grand Order. So if you're someone who isn't interested in the story for Genshin Impact, it's a terrible experience. It is an awful, awful experience. Star Rail is the same thing. They only have a skip button if you have read through that dialogue before or have seen the cutscene before. So if you're going through the dialogue and cutscene for the first time, you cannot skip it. Which is really stupid. So just like Genshin, if you're not interested in the story for Star Rail, it's going to be a terrible experience. Like me, I still play Star Rail because I like the gameplay. I enjoy turn-based games a lot. But like but me trying to catch up in story has been very, very exhausting and really annoying. Because if I catch up, I'll get certain areas unlocked for me to do some farming and grinding, but the dialogue is so long and bloated, and the story isn't interesting to me at all, so I don't care about it, that it's painful to play through. That makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know why. There are plenty of games out there with tons of dialogue and, you know, depending on you, a good story, but they have skip buttons. Like Punching Grey Raven here has a skip button. Fate Grand Order has a skip button. Even a game like Final Fantasy XIV that's been, you know, often praised for its story, especially in its Shadowbringer expansion, has a skip button for you. So I don't know why games like Genshin or Star Rail do not have a skip button. I have no idea why. That's why I stopped Genshin. That's why I stopped playing Genshin, because I was so tired of it. I understand you. Yeah, and for some reason there are people out there who are fans of Genshin Impact and Star Rail who are so against having a skip button. I don't know why. Shrek terminates the... I hate that his name is Shrek. Terminates the call and hands the terminal back to Lee. You said you were going to call the Forsaken to send someone over, but you obviously didn't have a way of reaching them. I just did now, didn't I? He points at Lee's terminal matter as if stating the obvious. People need to rely on each other to survive in this world, so we can't just think about what we have. At a time like this, even more so. He gestures to Lee, who gives him a dull look. Want any more platitudes? I've got hundreds of them. I've got 100 of them. Just be more patient. Just be more prepared next time before making promises. Considering how many accidents we've had recently, what would you have done if you couldn't reach them? Nonsense. I trust you guys. It's fine, Lee. Doesn't matter whose terminal he uses as long as everything works out. How are things with you, Liv? I checked everyone's vitals and rebandaged everyone's wounds that opened up from all the bumps along the way. Sorry for writing in your book, Shrek. She returns the book titled Comfort for the Soul back to Shrek, now full of medical notes. It's okay. Books are used for recording information. I've gotten what I need from it anyway. Also, Akane, I know I promised to make an identical rabbit doll for you, but it's okay, Miss Liv. I understand. That's odd. It is odd. I only had time to make you a small one on the way here. If I return to City 43's conservation area, I'll make another one for you, okay? Really? Thanks. Alright, let's go back and get the other wounded. You're not going to tell us how you're doing? Huh? You mean my leg? I can manage. But what's with all the vital fluid? I already rebandaged it. I'm good to go. If If you can't take it anymore, let me know. I'll carry you. Okay. Thank you, Lucia. Oh, when is the Forsaken Doctor going to be here? A day or so. I'm not exactly close. If that's the case, you'll have to care for the wounded until then. I need to go back and escort the rest of the wounded. Okay, I'll take it from here. You should get going. Oh, it's split? Oh, never mind. I thought it was split into multiple. The stayed behind. City 43, Conservation Area Basement. 3 a.m. I tried Fate, but I don't know. It didn't give me a lot of, like, the story is nice. The gameplay is nice, but I don't know. I can't get myself to play it. The gameplay is nice. It's not like super innovative or super crazy or anything. I like it because it's, you know, turn-based. I like turn-based games. But compared to other, but if I were to compare it to like Star Rail, it is slower. It does feel slower to play. It's not graphically demanding either. Like, I've been playing Fate Grand Order ever since it first came out in the global server, or global. So it was only until recently I started to get burnt out of the game. But the game is can be slow with the gameplay sometimes. And there's no like auto battle or anything like that, because Star Rail has that for being a turn-based game. Star Rail has it. Even the game like Arknights has it. So grinding in Fate Grand Order can be very, very tedious and cumbersome. And if Fate isn't like your, never realized that? Yeah, it can be a bit slow compared to something like Star Rail. But if for some reason you aren't able to continue with Fate Grand Order, it's okay to like, you know, stop playing it. It's completely okay. Or you can just keep going and maybe keep going for a little while longer, see if you change your mind or something. Because in my personal opinion, I enjoy the story in Fate Grand Order as well. I like it too. The story in the first part of the game is a bit slow. It's a bit of a slow burn. It's only until the last few chapters of the first part of the game story that gets really good. And then from there it starts to get, it's kind of like Punch a Grey Ribbon, you know, it starts to get better and better as it goes on further, as you go on further and further. So one thing I will say about Fate Grand Order that isn't really great is well, I don't want to say the gacha, because I mean, at the end of the day, it's still luck, right? You either get lucky or you don't. But one thing I don't like that they do in Fate Grand Order is that the pity system is, firstly, it took them a long time to get a pity system implemented into the game. And secondly, it's a really bad pity system. Like PGR, when you're summoning for new constructs, you have a 60 pity. Like if you hit 60 on your pulls, you are guaranteed to get an S rank construct, right? Fate Grand Order's pity system is terrible. It's really awful because it's pity at 300 pulls, essentially. Well, it's kind of, yeah, it kind of is like pity. You don't guarantee, it's not guaranteed to give you something at a certain number of pulls, but when you hit that certain number of pulls, you can trade in for that servant. I think that's how it works. But like the pity in Fate Grand Order is really, really greedy. It's really terrible. It's the same thing for a game like Grand Blue Fantasy. You need 300 like pulls just to, you know, get a character you want. It's stupid. But other than that, The story in Fate Grand Order, in my personal opinion, I do like it. It's the one thing that kind of keeps me going in the game. There's a lot of characters as well, and a lot of the characters are pretty cool. They're likable as well. 300, so it's like pay to win in a way, because that's a lot. It's not super pay to win. Like, if you really want to spend the money, then if you're really willing to spend that money just to hit 300 pity, you're just stupid if you do that. Unless you really, really love the game and you want to support the developers, then yeah, go ahead. But it's not super pay to win, because there are numerous videos where on like super high difficulty challenges, you can clear it with like low rarity characters, right? I've seen it. I've done it myself too. I've cleared high difficulty challenges with low rarity characters, right? You just have to know what to do. So I wouldn't exactly say it's super pay to win. So it's kind of like, it's not as generous as PGR, but when it comes to clearing certain content, it's kind of like in PGR where it kind of comes down to skill. Well, PGR is 100% skill based. Fate Grand Order, if you know what you're doing and you know how to play the characters you're using, you'll be able to clear it. There's a chance that you'll be able to clear the high difficulty stuff. But yeah, 300 pity on your gadget game is terrible. Just really awful. Like super awful. And maybe another thing that like puts you off with that, another thing that makes people not like Fate Grand Order as much is the way it looks. It looks old. Like graphics and animations, it's like old. Because it's kind of like 2D sprites and stuff. Not a whole lot of 3D stuff, right? Especially with nowadays, with gadget games where it's a lot of 3D models. PGR, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail. Nearly 5 hours have passed since Liv and others set out. All refugees still able to move freely have been evacuated. They have walked for 5 hours, but they still have not managed to evacuate the conservation area in City 43 due to the overall speed of the crowd. The horde of hetero creatures headed this way is estimated to enter the conservation area according to their scheduled arrival in 3 hours. There are only a few dozen people left in the enclosed basement. All the constructs stationed in the conservation area are on the surface, leaving the refugees anxiously waiting for news from Grey Raven. Vanessa sits alone in the dark room, monitoring the trajectory of the hetero creatures on a large number of hollow screens and sending the intel to Babylonia with no response. Following that, she recalculates the tactical deployment of constructs in the conservation area and the best evacuation route for Grey Raven based on the enemy's new trajectory. After completing her work, she stands up from the screens and walks up to the sick bed nearby. Chief. She smiles mockingly and sits beside the bed. I mostly wanted to play because I love the anime, like Grand Cross is like Fate, but it's 3D, so on. So I was going to ask, have you ever heard of Grand Cross? 7DS, I mean? Grand Cross? I don't think so. Let me look it up really quickly. It sounds familiar, though. Oh, Seven Deadly Sins Grand Cross. Is that what you mean? I know Seven Deadly Sins. I never watched it, but I do know of it. And I've never played Grand Cross. And that's fair if you wanted to play Grand Order for the like anime. Or if you love anime. Like, I like anime games. So, and of course I do like anime. But the only anime I've been watching is Bleach, Thousand Year Blood War Part 3. The new episode aired today. I loved it. I enjoyed it. But for the most part, I kind of just enjoy anime games and not just anime shows. And I don't really read manga either. If you knew your recklessness would have this outcome, would you still have done what you did? Vanessa gently strokes your ear, as if waiting for an answer. Let me guess. You'd say, I'll sacrifice everything to protect my comrades. Huh? I asked because you say you like turn-based games? Oh, well, I didn't know that Grand Cross was turn-based, so... On top of that, Seven Deadly Sins I'm not really, like, interested in, so... If the game looks interesting, then I'll play it. She gives herself a smile of self-mockery, then slowly moves her fingers down your ear and puts her hand firmly on your throat. I'm sure you'd be disgusted right now seeing yourself like this. So weak and fragile that you can't even push my hand away. Like a candle in the wind, all just for a couple of puppets. What do you think the instructor who praised you so highly would say now, seeing you like this? She leans down and whispers softly into your ear. Her fragrant aroma seems at odds with the musty smell of the basement. He'd definitely take back what he said, Isabeni. A fool like you can't even protect yourself. Vanessa quietly looks at your closed eyes. Your malnourished face, from having battled illness for so long, looks even more lifeless under the dim lights. Disgusting. Even if you were awake, the people who've only seen your face plastered on the screens after the Atlantis incident wouldn't even recognize you. Even though her mockery falls on deaf ears, she still continues her senseless behavior. Regardless, I wasn't wrong. Before this disaster happened, I saw you as a rival that must be defeated, a futile illusion. But now, what a joke. You know, Isabeni, I could kill you right now. Her grip on your throat suddenly tightens, then relaxes. She smiles and covers your pallid skin with her warm palm. I'm waiting for more episodes to watch, but at this point TikTok ruins it. Yeah, it's you're better for Bleach, for something that's currently airing, you're better off just watching the episode as it comes out rather than just waiting and then binging it all in one go. I feel like it's better for you to just watch it as it releases and then wait for the next episode. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You're impatient. You really want to see what happens next, but but like if you just wait for all the episodes, you're going to get spoiled. There's a really high chance that you'll get spoiled. Because, you know, it's the internet, man. But what's the point? Before you went into a coma, I looked at your selfless naivety with contempt. I figured you'd quickly lose in battle and realized that your starry-eyed view of the world didn't conform to reality. This wasn't exactly quick, but maybe now you'll see the world for what it really is. Your neck remains ice cold, despite her warm palm. She lifts a finger and checks your pulse. Such a simple battle nearly cost you your life, Chief. What exactly distracted you? Or did I waste my time focusing on you so much? You don't deserve to be Chief, let alone a role model and a goal for others. She slowly gets up, then looks at a hollow screen and a fold-up mirror next to it. The hetero creatures will be here in 3 hours. If Grey Raven isn't back by then, you're a goner. Bambi Nada and I can get out of here whenever we want. She combs her hair in the reflection of the mirror again, but the look in her eyes doesn't match the delicate gesture. Her gaze is wandering and vacant. I know this isn't exactly what a commandant should do. FOS College teaches us to always fight the enemy and protect as many people as we can. The lonely murmur echoes throughout the empty room. As before, no one responds. But the battlefield isn't so merciful. Not everyone can be saved, no matter who you are, Chief. As long as people die, their reputation, rights, or those ridiculous bonds are just dust in the wind. You get nothing, and the people you protected will soon forget you. Vanessa walks to the simple square table full of hollow screens, but leaves a mote of attention to you laying behind her. She turns around once more and looks at the unchanged bed. Usabeni, you stupid, naive piece of trash. You're only respected by so many people. Sorry. I just started giggling because I feel like she just secretly has a crush on you. On the MC. So I was just giggling at that thought. Because man, she really likes to insult you. You're only respected by so many people because they're lost in their own ideals. Now you have no one to count on. Let me tell you how to maximize the value of survivors. 4:30 a.m. An hour and a half before the hetero creatures enter the conservation area, Commandant Vanessa and the 4 constructs stationed in the conservation area have all gone to the surface to prepare for combat. In the enclosed basement, Commandant Usabeni, 41 soldiers with minor wounds and mobility issues, and the 4 critically wounded patients, Nagayuki, Kanata, Lindsay, and Kali, still remain. I thought she was going to say something else. Aside from them, there's another surprising refugee. What are you looking at? Never seen anyone fall on stairs before? No, it's not that. The boy should have evacuated with the first group, but he sneaked into the warehouse on the 3rd floor underground and accidentally slipped on the stairs, hitting his head and spraining his ankle. He had been unconscious for over an hour, completely out of sight. Despite being woken up by matches, he had missed the opportunity to leave with the first group of refugees. Why is your dog going into the warehouse at a time like this? Matches probably just smelled someone in here. What about you? What are you doing here? I was just checking to see if that mutt had gone into the warehouse. Even if that meant not making it out with the others on time? I was just going to take a peek. He rose the back of his head and his sprained ankle. You don't believe me, do you? Why are you being so defensive? Because your mutt ate all my cans. My friend gave me those before he died. He risked everything to get his hands on those. But your dumb mutt ate them. Being reminded of the past, the boy chokes back tears. I already told you, matches didn't do anything. Who cares about what you say? I only believe what I saw. I wouldn't have gone in there if that stupid conservation was safe. He said, we should all be in the same boat. Then they took all my cans and allowed someone like you to get in. I thought I could use those cans to find my big bro. The boy falls onto an empty sick bed and starts to cry. You have a big brother? Yeah, he's the best big bro in the whole entire world. The boy sobs and takes out a shabby journal from his jacket pocket. Half of the pages had fallen out, and the rest are barely clinging on with layers of tape. I would think you read manga since you like reading like anime. I'm not saying just because you like anime you should manga, I just thought you would. I used to read manga. I used to read it a bit. I used to. I don't usually enjoy reading all that much, Unless it's something I'm really like interested in, like PGR for example. Like as long as the story is good, I'll read it. But if it's not good, if it's not interesting to me, then I'm not gonna read it. Just like with Genshin and Star Rail. He'd tell me stories every day and draw me whatever I wanted. He gently rubs the few remaining pages, which are covered with an assortment of vivid drawings. Roasted chicken, new clothes, an entire house, a bed, a soccer ball, a garden, and even a kind-looking woman. Below the pictures, there's the same phrase repeated over and over. Can you read? A bit? How about you? That's nice. My mom taught us a bit before she died, but bro and I forgot. He tries to stop crying and sniffling, then points to the writing beside the kind woman. Rose said we can write our wishes in it and mommy will make our wishes come true up in heaven. Look, mom told us to just write this beside each picture and mom will hear our wishes. Stanley looks to where the boy is pointing, but discovers that isn't some magical spell. Sorry. What? Sorry I brought you into this world. What'd you say? Stanley opens his mouth to explain the meaning of the dense handwriting, but lowers his head silently as if noticing something. Nothing. I just zoned out there for a second is all. I've never shown this to anyone. You just get distracted. Sorry. Anyway, why are you showing me this? Because you saved me? He awkwardly covers his face with the blanket and curls up. Forget it. What's the point of telling someone without any family? Anyway, your dog only found me because he was trying to steal food. Saying to be honest, but I read a little too much like most of the new anime that come. Oh, now I read already? Oh. Yeah. But hey, reading's good. Reading's always good for you. When I was younger, I was always encouraged to do more reading. It's only until now I do some bit of reading, eh? Matt just didn't. Shut up. I know already. I've been watching you for the past few days. I know it now. Perhaps he was beginning to sense the truth. At least, that's how Stanley interprets his response. He knows he wrongly accused Stanley, but can't admit his mistake and doesn't apologize. Go to sleep. Anxiously rolling over in bed, he winces in pain from the injuries on his head and ankle. All right. Stanley stops speaking. He looks up into the basement and imagines what was happening outside the window. But right now, as he wants to lie down on the empty bed and get some rest, he hears a heart-rending cry from the other side of the basement. No! Don't go! Lindsay! In this sad cry, another person wandering in the twilight falls into the cold embrace of eternal night. How much longer until daybreak? Well, life and death. "5:38 a.m. Driving the two rescue vehicles, Grey Raven races back to the conservation area before the barrage of hetero creatures arrives. Familiar with the way back and no longer carrying any wounded, they manage to make the trip in just 3 hours. We're back. Returning to the enclosed basement, Grey Raven and Sandra arrive to look at the panic among the refugees. Intermittent sobbing can be heard throughout the basement. The looming sadness is like smoke from a fire, making everyone's eyes and noses sting. I know I do enjoy it, of course. Yeah, reading ain't too bad if it's something you're into it. If it's something, you're interested in. For me, I normally read quickly, Like I'm a fast reader, but if I'm reading it out loud, like right now, which is honestly the only time I ever read anything out loud is like on stream. I like to take it slow. That way anyone listening or watching or whatever can be able to soak in the information of what I'm reading. It's not bad to read it out loud, I mean. Liv quickly walks into the room, to the compartment, to see a lifeless body lying in the blood-stained sick bed. Jin is lying by her side, weeping. Liv. She lightly shakes her head and quietly looks over at what was now apparent. Lindsay had passed away. Jin. Jin struggles to lift her head and looks at Liv lifelessly. The hetero creatures are almost here. We need to leave. She shakes her head and tightly grips Lindsay's ice-cold wrist. We still don't know why Lindsay saved me. Seeing her in agony like this, there was even a moment that I hated you. If we could have all left at the same time, would we have been spared from the pain, the agony, or having to say goodbye like this? Someone once asked Liv, is it really meaningful to treat a patient who is bound to die? Before death's peaceful embrace, prolonging the patient's life is actually just prolonging their pain. But she saw the struggle under Lindsay's eyes, her desire for life, and the words she could not say. So, Lindsay chose this cruelty. Did she regain consciousness at all? Yeah, just before she died. But she only said a few words. What did she say? I'm happy you're okay. My life didn't go to waste. But don't come looking for me just yet. I asked her why she saved me. She said, because I'm a scaredy cat. What's that got to do with it? What does that mean? Lindsay! Her tears fall in a continuous stream like raindrops on the floor. Scaredy cat. If there's anything in the world that can arouse humanity's strongest fear, it's death. Yet, she calls herself a scaredy cat and is willing to face death alone to protect another person. I didn't know Lindsay too well, but I think people who are willing to give up their lives to save another person must value the lives of others more than theirs. She must be deeply afraid of your death. She struggled to her last breath just to tell you that. Really? But I feel the same way about you, Lindsay. As if soaked by the downpour of sorrow, Jin sobs in front of Liv's chest. So, you need to keep living. That's what Lindsay wanted. Okay. She nods quietly as she cries. We're running out of time, Liv. We need to get everyone out of here. Jin, let's get going. Still unable to stop her sobbing, she gets up from Lindsay's bed and takes a step toward Liv. Yes, let's go. Why should you persuade someone who wants to die? Do you think those two vehicles can accommodate everyone here? Right as everyone calms down a moment, Vanessa pulls everyone back to reality. Also, we have a boy and a dog unaccounted for. I just barely missed the first group, and I sprained my ankle. The boy looks around at the crowd and matches beside Stanley. Can I still go? That depends if they have time to come back a third time. But the hetero creatures will be here by then, won't they? Right. I'm detecting a massive incoming horde. There's no way we can take them ourselves, while also protecting the refugees. So, looks like this is the last trip. Silence fills the basement. Everyone's nerves hang in anticipation to be read their sentencing. Get your commandant on board first, and then squeeze the rest in however you like. As for those who can't get in, they stay here. and for those who need to be carried out of here. The crowd rushes to the basement exit without waiting for her to finish speaking, nearly pushing Vanessa to the ground. All right, get your commandant on board. As the three of them carry the commandant to the surface, the scene erupts into chaos. Quit pushing and shoving! The roars of hetero creatures gradually become audible, causing everyone to panic. Liv rushes into the chaotic crowd to protect the vehicles from being overturned by the crowd. Form a line! Liv's injury makes it difficult to stand up straight in the crowd. Some people reluctantly form a line as she tries to block the vehicle, but most of the injured refugees rush the door, causing the whole rescue vehicle to shake. I'm gonna push my way on if I have to. There's not enough space. Why are you pushing? You're barely even hurt. Think you can steal my spot? Of course I do. Hear that sound? It's like an earthquake. They're gonna be here any minute. It's the sound of everyone's feet. Who do you think? Who the hell do you think you are? Stop stepping on my shoulders. Doesn't matter. Ugh, I'm getting on. Amidst the chaos and crowding, people no longer care about each other's wounds. They regard themselves as luggage and cram the vehicles full. Even then, some people make no attempt to board the vehicle. Give me a spot. Scram, you're not even hurt. Take care of yourself. There's a dog in here. Why don't we kick the dog out so someone else can fit in? Wonderful. That's quite the clown car you've got going. She's not wrong. So sad. Yeah, I've said it before during this stream. In a world like this, survival. It's all about survival. Sometimes people will not care about having to work together to survive. They'll only look out for their own selves. It's survival of the fittest. At the end of the day, people will care about themselves and only themselves when there's nothing else left. If there's no more family, no friends for them, they're by themselves. They want to live. They want to survive. And that's the reality in this game. Sure, I would do the same, probably, but it's just sad. I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you. It's an understandable feeling. It's an understandable thing. It is sad. The clown car. It's funny, actually. Vanessa stands at the basement entrance and applauds the crowd in her usual mocking attitude. So, how fast can the overloaded vehicle drive? Think you can outrun the hetero creatures? No one responds to her question. Everyone just holds their breath in anticipation. You don't leave space for several of the critically injured, or even the Commandant. Think Grey Raven will serve you anyway? Leave the Commandant with me. I don't need my hands to fight. Leave the Commandant with me. You're better off taking care of the wounded. Then it's settled. For those who aren't on board, sorry. Looks like you have to stay here. See you in another life. No, don't leave me. I want to find my big bro. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so reckless. I beg you, take me with you anywhere. He kneels down behind the rescue vehicle in despair and looks up to plead to those who board the vehicle and climb the windows and roof as they ignore his cries. That's all I want. I don't want to die. Don't be afraid. Put on some protective gear and hide. We'll come back to pick you up. No, don't leave me, please, I beg you. He kneels at Liv's feet and begs her. Hi. You'll really come back, Miss Liv? I promise. Alright. He can take my spot. Stanley and Matches squeeze their way out of the tightly packed vehicle. I'll wait for you here. Get going. Stanley! Thank you. Sorry I blamed you all this time. He hugs Stanley as a constant stream of tears and snots rolls down his cheeks. It's nothing. So it's decided? Leave the rest here? Jen. It's okay. I'll keep Lindsay company. W. Stanley. What a good kid. It's still sad though. No, it's not okay. An old voice and its owner squeeze out of the vehicle. Go, kiddo. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let Lindsay's sacrifice be in vain. But with these old bones of mine, besides, I can't bring myself to leave my husband. I'll keep him company. But if you feel sorry for me, then I want you to do something for me. She takes out a tightly closed bag containing the rice left over by Kali. One day, when you find a safe place to live, plant this rice, and no matter what you eat, leave some seeds for future generations and pass on our tradition. Okay. Good girl. Then all of this is worth it. She hands the bag to Jin and pats her on the shoulders. Get going, kiddo. Jin nods, carefully taking the bag, then boards the vehicle. Let's get going. I'll carry Nagayuki. Captain, you take Kanata. Okay. The old lady smiles and waves to everyone. The boy hurriedly takes out his notebook before leaving, tears out the last blank page and hands it to Stanley with his pen. This is a thank you gift. It can make your wishes come true. Thank you. Now, get going. The three people staying here and watch Lucia and Vanessa get into the driver's cabin. The overloaded vehicle groans and drives away at a less than optimistic speed. The moment the vehicle drives out of the conservation area, Liv looks back at the others and where Lindsay lies as a cold thought enters her mind. Do we still have time? Is there any other way? No, there isn't. If only we could carry even more people. But we have no choice. Liv painfully forces herself to look back on the road. Despite the severe pain from her leg wound, she runs in step with the vehicle. We can hurry. There's still time. Desperation. 5:58 a.m. The two overloaded rescue vehicles drive away at full speed for 6 minutes, but looking back, they can still see the full outline of the conservation area. Vanessa looks at the speedometer, jeez, which only shows 37 kilometers per hour. That's not fast. That's like driving in a school zone. Well, slightly faster. In order to correct this meaningless escape, she stops the vehicle and hops out of the driver's seat. We can't outrun the hetero creatures at this speed. She looks at the crowd squeezed in the back of the vehicle. The crowd looks at her outside. As a human, she should be in the same position at the moment, but their eyes are filled with fear. We need to cut it down to 15 people per vehicle so we can leave in time. 15? What? There are only just over 40 of us. You want more of us to die? If we don't, all of us will die here. A deafening protest breaks out in the crowded vehicle. In Vanessa's eyes, it's a twisted box with countless redundant mouths growing on it. I don't agree with this. Oh? What are you going to do? Lucia doesn't immediately answer. She looks at her companions, asking Liv and Lee for their consent with her eyes. We'll stay here and stop the hetero creatures, then lure them away to give everyone time to retreat. Color me surprised. I expect nothing else from a puppet of Usabeni. Do you know what this will lead to? Your naivety will get the Commandant killed. I don't deny the risk, but I prefer to believe in the strength of Grey Raven. Strength. 3 exhausted constructs, one of which is injured? Grey Raven really has inherited the Commandant's naivety and arrogance. We've already left a lot of people behind. We know the risks, but we won't back down. Is that what the Chief wants? That fool in your arms only saved you because someone was a little too big for their britches. Don't insult the Commandant. If it wasn't for this fool, we wouldn't be here, and you wouldn't have been saved. Oh, so you should give up the Commandant's life to save these worthless refugees. Nothing with life is worthless. We'll stick together and overcome any obstacle. will never flee the battlefield because of hardship or fear. Won't flee. Ha! Hearing this, she thinks of Teasel. Vanessa has no interest in knowing whether he was seriously injured and couldn't return, or if he's on the same road as those deserters. For a long time, Egret had attracted people who are afraid of death because of its low casualty rate and its tactics designed to maximize benefits. In the face of such an unwinnable battle, serious injury or defection would be highly likely. This wasn't the first time she had seen such puppets, but every puppet that tries to escape and disobey its master's orders has been well trained by Vanessa. Shouldn't a puppet be punished for disobeying its master? She has always believed in this truth, but still could not stop her puppets from defecting. She doesn't feel that she is wrong, but rather they were selfish and afraid of death. In her opinion, since Usabeni is unconscious, Grey Raven will find a chance to escape in order to survive. But Grey Raven hasn't. They saved her and the refugees, and they're willing to give up their lives to stick to the Commandant's faith. Harley Joe, Simon, Yatta, Eleanor, and the others are so reckless. They won't return to Babylonia until they ensure that the mission is completed and they've saved everyone they could. Why? Before graduating from FOS College, a seemingly unpopular instructor had said to her, "Every life has its own unique value. No matter how small, they are all part of this world. If you want to be the best Commandant, you must remember this truth. If you despise life and detest worthless things, you will lose everything one day." Hearing this, she thought the instructor was just an idealist, trying to use scare tactics to promote friendly cooperation. Jolly cooperation, praised the son. When tactics failed and she was in trouble, she never thought about this idea. But now, the fool she deemed unworthy is lying quietly in the arms of the construct. Even without saying a word, the construct still quietly abide by the Commandant's ideology. Being in this world has to just suck. Yup. It's the worst kind of thing to ever befall humanity. A virus that not only just completely erodes, rots, decays the human body, but also infects mechanoids and turns them against humans. And it's a virus that's constantly evolving. Jeez. This is the worst position humanity could ever be in. Only then does she think about what the instructor had said. Is this what makes us different? She reaches out as if to grasp some non-existent phantom, but then smiles. Get going. Egret will take care of learning the hetero creatures. What? But you heard me. It's only Baminata and me, but I'm prepared to fight. She shakes her tactical bag containing her last trump card. Baminata has long been acquainted with Vanessa's ideology. Countless puppets have disappeared or were sacrificed in exchange for victory. But this time is different. Vanessa wants to prove that she can achieve victory while making this puppet a companion to stay with. Instead of giving Bambinata the contents of her tactical bag, she puts herself on the chessboard. But you won't survive against that many hetero creatures, no matter what you got in that bag. What are you talking about? I don't misjudge my own strength, unlike that naive commandant. Take Usabeni and go with these people. Don't wait for me to clear up these troubles. You haven't reached your destination yet. But have any other bright ideas? Even if you stay here, you will only get caught in the crossfire. What about you? I have my ways. Don't worry, I won't die here, so tell that to the chief for me. Remember that I saved your lives today. You better thank me when I get back. What would you do? The fuck if I know. I would probably be dead, if I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people would be dead. I don't know. I feel like being a construct would be just as scary, too. After all, anything can happen on the battlefield. Anything could happen. So I could live peacefully on Babylonia. I could try and survive on Earth. I could become a construct and join in on the fight. Or die. Or become an ascendant. Maybe I can be like Camus. I could be a transcendent. Vanessa. Let's get going. She's already made up her mind. Thank you. She waves lazily to everyone with her usual smile and watches the two vehicles drive away in silence. When the vehicles slowly disappear out of sight, they hear the sound of hetero creatures gradually approaching. It reminds me of A2 and 9S anime. It sucks and it's so sad. Yep. First, we should draw their attention. Yes, mistress. Carrying Vanessa in her arms, Bambinata uses the short-range drone to leap into the air. By the light of the daybreak, they see that the sloped path in the city has turned into a scarlet wave. Second, freedom. 3 survivors, 1 deceased. What? Oh, it's right. It's Lindsay, Kali, the old lady, and Stanley with the dog. 6:13 a.m. Shortly after the main troop has evacuated, the ground quakes and reverberates due to some sort of explosion. They're not humans, but still. Yeah, it's still sad. Because it's not just about... Because in something like Nier, it's not just about living and dying, you know? It's about humanity. And having the hope to continue forward. Having the strength to continue forward. Cliche. But it's not necessarily a terrible thing. It's what you do with the story that makes it special. After the deafening noises fade away, the world goes quiet for another half a minute before the footsteps of a horde of hetero creatures come from somewhere nearby. They do not seem to notice the people hiding in the basement. Instead, they go straight across the conservation area and head for where the explosion took place. The footsteps continue for more than half an hour. Then a few more loud bangs come from the distance. Trapped in the basement, the elders and the boy have no way of knowing what is going on out there. But they notice the central purification filter has started glowing red after the footsteps of those hetero creatures disappeared. No one can tell what the red indicators meant. They only know something has stopped working. Then the malfunctioning central purification filter starts sending in thick mists of punishing virus instead of breathable air. It is no longer safe to hide underground. The old woman helps Callie return to the surface, but then returns to where they were half an hour later. All they saw out there was the red tide. They are like mud scattered everywhere on the surface. Some were even buried in pits. She points at her leg. The part of her body below the ankles, covered in red tide, has started to fester. The pits are even deeper further out. We're trapped here. Distressed, she sighs and sits on a stretcher. She cannot move her attention away from Kelly. Old man, try to rest. Shh. I know. I'm hurting too. I stepped into red tide just to find you a path forward. My legs are festering now. I'm afraid my time is coming soon. Rest now. When you wake up, the pain will have gone away. Trembling, Callie nods and lies on the empty stretcher. 11 a.m. It has been 5 hours after the main troop evacuated. Judging by how fast they traveled last time, they have to be well on their way back. At the thought of this, Stanley smiles. He raises his hand to rub Match's head in an attempt to keep hunger at bay by feeling its soft touch. The old woman sitting not far away lifts up her pants and reveals a pair of legs that have been completely corroded by the punishing virus. Before Liv leaves, she leaves behind 2 serums and a can from their scarce resources. The 3 struggle to decide how to distribute these supplies and eventually give the can to Stanley and let the old couple have the serums. But Stanley doesn't open the can immediately. He plans to save this precious supply until the very last. Now that the supplies have been distributed, the boy leaves the 2 elders and goes into the room next door for some sleep. As Callie falls asleep, the old woman still has her eyes wide open, seeming to be reminiscing something. 4 p.m. It has been 10 hours after the main troop evacuated. Even dressed in the protective suit, Stanley can still feel the open wounds on her legs, festering very quickly. Her? Wait. You mean his? He doesn't know where to find a device to assess the concentration of the punishing virus, but judging by the purulence coming out of his wounds, he can roughly come up with an estimate. How much longer will they take? Judging by their speed last time, they should have returned here by now. But so far, they have heard nothing. Perhaps they are traveling slower this time, because there are more people. Stanley tries to calm himself. The people in City 44. Before they left on foot, Stanley heard Liv mention the CPF of City 44 also malfunctioned. But he believes Liv and Grey Raven will repair the central purification filter. He also believes what she said, that by planning a safety route, they can stay away from the red tide. But he is not sure whether he can find such a safety route himself. Is the punishing virus in City 44 as dense as it is here? He keeps thinking about these 2 questions, but so far, he can only find a negative answer to them both. His legs ache as time goes by. He has to rip and pull at the sheet and pillow to distract himself from the pain. Worried, Matches keeps licking Stanley's hand, which keeps a firm grip on the pillow. This would have brought Stanley peace of mind, but the same trick does not work so well this time. Nevertheless, he tries his best to raise his trembling hand and takes Matches into his arms. I'm glad you're okay. How I wish humans were just like animals. You carry the punishing virus, but you're not affected by it. That's okay. I'm sure I'll get better. Liv said so herself. She will return. Tears stream down Stanley's face and drop on Match's head. But the tears stop rolling down from there. Instead, the dog's fur sucks the tears dry. It is as if the dog stops the pain. I will get better. He struggles to put a smile on his face and takes out the pen and paper the other boy gave him. If I could realize my wishes, I want to leave this place and find freedom. Knowing it will end up in vain, he dares to dream all the same. In the corner of this paper that makes wishes come true, he draws a pair of simple wings. Take me to the sky, across and beyond the red tide. Like a drowning person holding onto his life-saving straw, he thickens the lines of that pair of wings. Together with my matches, away from this place, to somewhere we belong. However, tormented by hunger, agony, and the punishing virus, he struggles to see the wings clearly no matter how hard he thickens those lines. In a trance, Stanley notices a series of crimson pearls drop on the pair of wings and blossom like a flower of despair. It's blood. 9 p.m. After nightfall, the surface, now painted in red, is as dark and silent as the basement. After 15 hours of waiting, there's still no news bringing hope from outside the gate of this conservation area. Callie awakes several hours later in a daze. He approaches his partner and taps on her shoulder, but realizes she is as cold as ice. Lena. He struggles to pronounce her name, but his ice-cold body will no longer respond to his call. Time is always one step ahead. He couldn't even say goodbye before she went gently into that good night. In the dim light, the man caresses her wrinkled skin and the festering wounds as if he is combing back through his memories and trying to recall the Lena he remembers. They spent a long time together. Illness and aging took away many of his memories, but the remaining ones are all whispering the same name. Lena. Lena. With tears in his eyes, he looks at the woman named Lena and holds her cold hands with his rough ones before leaning against her. Wait for me. We'll go back home together. Hunger, cancer, infection, aging. With these as his tickets to heaven, he will surely follow in his wife's footsteps very soon. 6 a.m. The cozy breeze travels across this land ravaged by disasters as the light of dawn shines. But this beautiful view does not bode well for the boy who suffers from his festering wounds. The only thing keeping the pain at bay for him is the night when he is asleep. It has been 24 hours since the main troop evacuated. The hopeless people waiting in this basement still receive no news from the outside world. What could have happened to them? Or have they decided to abandon us? For the next few hours, he tries to fall asleep again many times, but time and time again, he is awakened by pain or hunger. He struggles to get out of bed, but realizes he is too weak to do so. Many people left with them. It would be bad if anything happened to them. But I think I'm okay with that. After all, I never enjoy living. Do you even realize what you just said? In a trance, he recalls what Liv once asked him. The memory is soaked in a sea of nothingness and hard to recollect. He only remembers that before this everlasting, desperate night arrived, he thought he was not afraid of illness or death because of the pain he had suffered. What did I say? Struggling to recollect the fragmented pieces of his memories, the boy curbs his body, fighting hard to resist the insurmountable pain. The festering wounds torment both his body and his soul. If life is so painful, he might as well embrace death. But what if he could break free from the suffering and live somewhere peacefully without pain? No, that's impossible. He tries to convince himself, but deep down, he still wants to give it a try. When all hope is lost, Stanley hears a sound coming from the gate of this basement. It seems someone is approaching. They're back. After hours of waiting, this glimpse of hope is like the injection of adrenaline, giving him enough power to fight off the physical pain and fatigue and struggle to stand up. Excited and happy, he staggers to find the old couple sleeping next door. Callie, they're back. Callie? Stanley notices the old couple not moving. Confused, he takes 2 steps forward and tries to tap on his shoulder, but realizes his face is pale white. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He tries to resuscitate them, just like how an adult would do, but realizes their bodies have long grown cold and stiff. He slightly lifts... Fuck. Sorry, hang on. Oh, fuck. Sorry, hang on. Okay. He slightly lifts up their clothes and sees their skins have turned into the festered red tide. Just like the wounds on his body. Matches. Even they are. It's okay. Even if we are the only ones left, we'll make it out of this place. His clothes are stuck to his sticky, coagulated purulence and blood. The slightest pull at the clothes brings him indescribable pain. But to find hope that lies beyond the sealed gate, he holds his cane firmly and heads for the outside world. You okay? I'm struggling. I'm struggling. One of the things that really gets to me emotionally, that kind of like brings me on the verge of tears, of crying, is loneliness. Like, any scenario in any story where someone is left alone with seemingly no hope, no help around, that shit just hurts my freaking heart. It just sucks. It just really sucks. So I'm trying to hold it together so I can read this properly. Okay. Deep breath. With a deep, loud noise, the sealed gate opens. The morning breeze carries a stench that floods the basement, heralding how he will find no salvation in the outside world. What was the sound that he had heard? Where did it come from? Was it the wind and ruins making the noises? Or was his mind playing tricks on him? I get in, same so that, yeah, it's painful. And the thing is, because it's Stanley, a young boy, and then an elderly couple, it kind of really hits home that no one, children and elderly, can survive this. No one. It hits everyone. It's awful. Where are you? Mustering all his strength, he cries. The shout echoes through the wasteland of this conservation area. Eventually, Only wind answers his call. It must still be near, right? The others are not back yet, but it just might be a scavenger who accidentally trespassed this area. The boy does not want to give up hope. He takes a step forward and leaves the people sleeping forever in that basement as he starts climbing and searching. 10 a.m. He leaves the basement and searches the entire conservation area. But even now that he has reached the top of this building, there is not a single soul in sight. It has been 28 hours since the main troop left. No one is coming back. Everyone is dead. Having lost all hope, he lies prone on the top of this building and looks down at its central courtyard below. He wants to cry, but there are no tears left to be shed. Take me away from this place, please. To search in this building that isn't very spacious, he has spent 4 hours moving around. With every step he takes, the wounds pain him. He has run out of stamina. There's no way he can return the way he came. For more than a month, he and Matches have never had a proper meal. It is not just him. Even Matches has run out of strength and lies flat on the floor. To most scavengers, 28 hours is nothing but time that passes in the twinkling of an eye. It was like that to Stanley once. But having been tormented by a month of hunger and illness, 24 hours of suffering and 4 hours of seeking are not enough to nearly kill him. The boy is on the verge of death. Silent, he looks at the can in his hand. That is his hope. Will things start getting better if Matches and I eat this now? The answer to that is no. A half-full can will not bring back strength or heal wounds. The fact will not change. He is trapped on the top of a building in the conservation area, and there is no way he can walk all the way back. Before long, he will be affected by the punishing virus. His body will fester, and he will meet his end here. To him, eating is pointless now. He might as well save it for another creature that needs it more. The boy has made up his mind. He opens the can and places it in front of Matches. Come, you can have it. Watching as Matches chows down the food, he finds a smile on his face. Why am I still smiling? He thinks to himself. Is it because the situation has improved? Of course not. This boy is smiling because he sees Matches happy. That alone brings peace to his mind. Sorry, I couldn't find any supplies to feed you sooner. He looks up to the sky through that pair of wings he drew on the paper. Some memories previously blurred to him are becoming clearer. I need Matches by my side. He's the only thing keeping me going. If I ever run out of supplies, I'll abandon myself, not Matches. I remember now. I remember what I told Liv. Putting the paper back into his pocket, he grasps the delusional fantasy. Matches? I'm still happy. I'm happy I still have a can left for you. So, he has no regrets. In his mind, the boy, nearing his death, grows a pair of wings on his back. I'm leaving this place to soar in the sky. Sorry, I cannot take you with me. Will you hate me for that? If you don't answer me, I'll take that as a no. Forgive me. sorry. He struggles to stand up and slowly moves closer to the edge of the building. Do you think they are ever coming back? I hope they do. At the same time, I fear they might run into the red tide that surrounds this conservation area. Does every movement, those festering wounds being pulled and torn, bring insufferable pain, but he doesn't stop. If they do return and realize there is no one left here, will they be sad? I guess I won't live long enough to find out. He shakes his head to shake off the meaningless thoughts. But still, he decides to leave a message on the back of that paper. I don't know if I'm writing it right. If only I had more time to learn. With this little regret, he puts this paper scribbled with a barely intelligible message into the cleanest pocket of his shirt. I'm leaving now, Matches. Stay strong and live. Even if you have to eat my body to survive, do it. This is all I can do for you. He spreads the wings in his mind, and like a bird longing for freedom, he embraces the sky and looks up to chase the sunlight. I'm sorry. See you in the next life. The boy jumps off the building. Give me a second here. But as expected, a pair of spiritual wings cannot take flight. The boy quickly falls to the ground, hits a pile of empty boxes. If it wasn't a scripted story, his pain would have stopped right then and there. But reality doesn't have such mercy on him. The pieces of scraps in those boxes have delayed his death. Grim Reaper didn't come to collect his soul and take away his pain as quickly as he thought. He tries to move his body, but he is no longer in control. Now, all he can do is wait and see how things unfold. The first thing he notices is the sound of flowing liquid. Unlike the sound of raindrops falling on the ground or water streaming out of a tube, this is more like when you break a bottle and the milk inside starts leaking out. Though there isn't much difference, he can still tell the liquid is thicker than water. It is most likely his blood. Later on, numbness and pain start seeping through his limbs and eating away his consciousness. When the feeling of pain fills his limbs, Stanley finally realizes he no longer has enough strength to shout. Death has never been just a number or name on a list of victims. It is a body that carries the weight of both the past and future, experiencing unimaginable pain as the mind gets ground to dust. The agony of fractured limbs becomes almost eternal. Each drop of blood takes years to fall onto the ground. It hurts. His voice is muffled by the blood as it turns into bubbling noises. His heart is ravaged by pain. Had he known this would be so tormenting, would he still choose to take his own life this way? Death has never been easy. It is not a simpler way out. Do I regret this? Before this day, he had witnessed many people's death. Many refugees would tell themselves the worst that can happen is death. He remembers when he passed by the conservation area a conservation worker wearing glasses mentioned a term: sustained suicide fantasy. He said the thought might look pessimistic and negative, but it could help people find a way out, and in that process, also find a little bit of courage to carry on. Except that isn't really a way out. Once you step into it, things become a downward spiral. The boy is being tormented by extreme pain that continues to attack his mind and soul. His throat cannot shout, so instead, his heart bleeds and wails and screams for him. As it happens, a question to himself becomes clearer. Will death really free me? An old man once told him that freedom was the ability to run free even when you were burdened with shackles. If a man gives up life to chase freedom, he is but a slave of his desire, forced to give up on himself. Every inch of his body is in pain and protesting his foolish decision. The agony is pulling at his mind, begging him to stand up and save himself. So, did all this happen because he made a wrong choice? No. He struggles and utters the same answer he had given to so many questions. From the very beginning, he thought about the possibility the main troop might not return. But even so, Stanley doesn't regret giving another person a chance to evacuate. My regret is that since he was born, he has suffered much pain and failed many people. All of it makes an idea very clear. If he had a choice, he didn't wish to be born into this world. This regret planted a seed in his mind that has been growing ever since, which is why he has always put others before himself. But no matter how much he regrets this life, he cannot deny his existence. So, this child who resents and despises life so much, knowing death isn't a way out, and that there is a heavy price to pay, has no choice but to face his tragic ending all the same. People who have not experienced love will spend their lives looking for substitutes. This child, abandoned time and time again, has always wanted to prove somehow that he doesn't always have to be left behind. Now that he has felt the pain and loneliness of pain, he finally understands the value of life, and he is more certain than ever that he has no regrets. This is all I ever wished for. Suffering the pain that is tearing him apart, the boy finds his answer and starts praying. And when all the blood has escaped, the body becomes frozen in time. Though it was only a brief moment, Stanley felt it strongly. His soul went through the ground and learned how to fly. That shit got me fucked up. Wow, that got me messed up, man. My God. Wow. The only other game, or I guess to make it fair, the only other game, a gacha game that I've played that was this dark was Near Reincarnation. Unfortunately, that game has ended service months ago, so you cannot play it again, but you can look up videos on the story on YouTube. There are resources online for you to check out the story for near reincarnation. But that was as dark as reincarnation was. Wow. Just wow. In fact, I don't think there was ever another game I've played that was as dark and depressing and just full of despair. Like, I cannot recall another game like that. Maybe Signalis? Maybe Signalis? Maybe? But, wow. Just wow. Within reach. Oh no. You guys were way too late. You just have me rethinking life. 2:07 p.m. It has been 32 hours since she left the conservation area of City 43. The girl finally makes it back to this place, her leg fractured and broken. Liv wants to speak, but her words are lost before they can reach her trembling lips. Her leg is in pain, but compared to that, what she feels in her chest is even worse. It is like something got stuck there and is pulling at her pain nerves. No matter how many times she checks, the result is the same. The boy in front of her has grown cold and lifeless. 32 hours too late. The sunlight at noon is warm. A gentle breeze echoes through the central courtyard and the empty halls like a playful child. The exit to freedom is so close, yet so far to reach for those trapped here. The sorrow and sadness she tried so hard to bury inside her heart over these past few days are too much to bear. She can no longer hold it in. Her mind crumbles, letting out all her most emotional feelings. She hates herself. The skinny border collie circles around his dead master, licking the blood that has run dry and turned black. But the wounds will never heal again. It turns around and touches Liv's hand with his nose, telling her to use her bandage. The girl dressed in a white suit looks down at the item in her hand. It is a gift that comes from her perilous journey over the past 31 hours. Back then, there was still hope. Making it through countless collapsed buildings lying in rubble while surrounded by the corrupted and hetero creatures, 2 overloaded ambulances drove for 13 hours before they reached the conservation area of City 46. Just as Lucia predicted, the armed scavengers living in this place are not at all friendly. After some exchanges using violent forces and firepower, their leader finally agreed to have a friendly conversation with the constructs. Get out of here. Constructs are not welcome here. This conservation area is our promised land. We kept our side of the bargain and rebuilt it, but Babylonia took the liberty and gave it to someone else. Now that we have finally reclaimed what is rightfully ours, you filthy dogs still refuse to let us be? No, we just wanted to find shelter for the wounded people in these cars. I'm sick and tired of your excuses. They told us last time they had to prioritize those in need due to limited resources, and guess what happened? We were driven away and forced to rebuild another place. No, that's not what we want. We were indeed under attack by a barrage of hetero creatures. We will never take advantage of your space. Please listen to us and give us a chance. Liv tries to explain the many benefits if everyone helps each other, but the scavengers won't listen to reason. In the end, what makes them compromise is the hetero creature disaster that took place in City 43. In exchange, all the constructs but the Grey Ravens must remain there to stand guard and protect City 46 for the potential threat of more hetero creatures. Since the threat is real, I will insist no longer. I hope we can survive together, but when things get out of hand, we'll have to save our own skin first. Bring your casualties inside, and don't forget your promises. Rest assured, I never go back on my words. After helping the casualties and refugees settle down, and handing over their duties in the conservation area of City 46 to the other guards, Grey Raven returns once again to City 43. After the problems are resolved, Grey Raven returns once again to City 43. But what awaits them isn't the flat wasteland they used to see in the outskirt area of City 43. Instead, they see despair in crimson color. This time, the red tide isn't as overwhelming as the one they encountered in City 75, but it is more than enough to submerge the outskirts of City 43. Thankfully, the conservation area is located on high ground and safe from the threat for now. We don't have enough protective measures. We must proceed with caution. It's okay, I know an underground tunnel. It was a metro system abandoned halfway through its development. Many corrupted workers still remain there. This can be dangerous, and we'll have to take a detour, but it is absolutely doable. We'll make it there in time. Not giving them a chance. If nothing went wrong, they would have safely made it through the red tide and back to the conservation area in 3 hours. But there is no would have. Without the Commandant's access, they have no way of knowing in which city the twins are. And when they appear within the detecting range of Liv's sensors, Grey Raven realizes the incarnation of despair and catastrophe has already made it across City 42 and arrived at this very place. They want to cross the red tide, and they are approaching the conservation area. Kelly, Lena, Stanley, and Matches are still there in the conservation area. We have to stop them. We cannot directly make it through the red tide, but if we take a detour, it will be too late. Let's draw their attention. That is the only way to stop them from getting inside the conservation area. Alright. Standing right next to the red tide, Lee shoots at the twins from 3.8 kilometers away several times, but the distance proves to be a problem as those shots fail to land on their targets. If only Sniper 1 Show were here. Wait a minute. I think they're turning around and heading for us. Have we been spotted? They are indeed approaching us. Perhaps they heard our voices? Another possibility is those creatures have learned, or should I say, stolen the movement detecting technologies from a certain construct. In any case, we have managed to draw our target's attention. Let's split up and retreat. We must not engage them in a fight. Alright. You go that way. Liv, I'll carry you. The 3 of them immediately jump off the car and run in different directions under the cover of the night. The twins seem to have noticed this trick and stopped for a few seconds to rethink their next move. Then, they imitate Grey Raven's tactic. The male turns to chase Lee as the female twin follows closely behind Liv and Lucia. The pursuit continues for hours. They hunt Grey Raven with such ease that it is more likely like they are playing with their prey. We cannot shake them off. I don't think they are even going at full speed. What must we do to escape? Lee, what's your status? Same as yours. It is still on my tail. Though they managed to distract the twins from the conservation area, they are also trapping themselves in a sticky situation at the same time. Just when the three of them are exhausted, desperate, and are about to give up, they receive a call from Babylonian HQ. Seizing their one chance to shake off the twins, the members of Grey Raven agree to participate in the first testing program of the Omega prototype. Starting from there, they are caught in a fierce fight where bullets fly and blades clash. The three of them suffer different levels of injuries. Liv's leg, previously bandaged and supported by a splint, fractures completely. She can barely move without Lucia helping her. And when they finally return, it is all too late. The three of them split up to search for survivors in City 43, but Vanessa and Bambinata are nowhere to be found. Tired and wounded, Liv trudges back to the conservation area, only to find the three people who stayed behind have passed away. All the deaths that Liv witnessed before didn't make her indifferent or cold-hearted. She regrets her inability to save lives. If only I had the ability to change all this, or had I been able to take them with us, I would have been able to save them. Callie, Lena, Stanley, Vanessa, Bambinata, all of them. But there is no would have. So unfortunate. They would have made it, but they still would have been late, but like at least it wouldn't have been like 32 hours late. It's just unfortunate that the twins were there and then the red tide was also in the way. Like, it said like it took them 13 hours just to get to City 46. Christ. Meanwhile, the researchers and decision makers of Babylonia are waiting anxiously, dying to know if their hope has borne any fruits. The mission is complete. Glad we made it. It seems Grey Raven has enough strength to handle the twins. No, if they had enough strength, they wouldn't be driven to the corner. He sighs. Now that is rare. Had we given Grey Raven more time to prepare, they would have done better. The results would have also been better. I don't know how to feel because that story had me feel so sad, you know? Like, what could they have done? They know that there's no way for them to take down the twins so easily. The twins are just really strong. Like, that sucks. Really sucks. But there is no would have. Devastated by this disaster and hunted by our enemies, neither the victims nor our Grey Raven had time to react. Those maniacs wouldn't wait either. Show me the records. Nicola takes the terminal from Celica. Together, the two of them look at its data, their eyebrows furrowed. In the footage, Grey Raven barely managed to complete the rescue mission at the crash site and throw the Omega prototype at the male twin. Coming into contact with the cube, his skin started to fester, melt, and peel off. Like a human, he wailed and watched as the skin fell to the ground. That's all the damage we can do? But it seems his punishing virus was absorbed. Recycle the weapon. We'll do another test round on the female twin. Okay. After an ugly fight, they finally landed the Omega prototype on the female twin as well. The same festering process occurred, this time eating away her hands and chest. Not only that, the festering wounds caused by this weapon didn't heal shortly afterward. We have the data we need. The two tests show pretty much the same result. Our mission is done. Fall back. She turns around, only to find Liv's leg is broken. Liv, we gotta get out of here. She grabs Liv by her hand and uses the thruster to take flight, quickly pulling away from those two extremely dangerous threats. The twins learn and adapt very fast, but they are not smart enough to see through the tricks of our Omega weapon yet. Recorded data shows the twins watched as Liv and the others left. They were looking at each other's wounds and making twisted, horrifying sounds. Don't worry about me. I'm not leaving you here. Who are they imitating this time? After the two went out of sight, the twins finally started to observe the Omega prototype dropped on the ground. They no longer made physical contact. Instead, they found tools from their surroundings and used them to touch the cube in front of them. Before long, this Omega prototype Hassan once called Hope stopped functioning because it was both overloaded and ravaged by stones. The records stop here. Are they not? Are they still following Grey Raven? No. Asimov believes they are now wary of the Omega prototype, which is why they have also given up on pursuing Grey Raven. But I don't think they... No, it's nothing. He was right. This experiment did help Grey Raven get out of that dangerous situation. What happened to our team that helped deliver the Omega prototype? Grey Raven tried to save them. 4 survived and 6 died, and they only managed to retrieve 1 supply box. With these ugly numbers, the two know this isn't a fair deal. They sacrificed more than what they could rescue. But they didn't send down this cube, this Omega prototype, just to rescue people. Sacrifices are inevitable. Had we faltered, we would have suffered heavier losses. Have we delivered the data and records to Asimov? Yes, he confirmed it. Our Omega prototype does have the power to absorb the punishing virus and actually hurt the twins. Sen feels relieved. Just when Liv is about to fall down deeper into a vortex of regrets, a loud barking sound interrupts her thoughts. Matches. Upon hearing his name, the border collie sits next to Liv like a good boy. You're the only one left. Should she take him with her? The people are biased. They don't like Matches. Perhaps she should let him go free for his own good. But he might not live safely out there. The enemies wandering in the outside world might attack Matches, including those humans. Liv doesn't know what to do. But then she notices something white in the boy's breast pocket. What's this? Her trembling hand takes out a note stained with blood from that breast pocket. She opens the note and sees a pair of wings. The lines are thick, as if they are going to penetrate this paper. Her fingers move along the pencil lines and flip the paper over as she finds the scribbled message left by the boy. I'm worried about Matches. If by the time you return, Matches is still here, please take him with you. I don't regret leaving that vehicle. I wanted to help him. If you see me like this, please don't be sad. The fact that you have kept your promise and returned, this makes me happy. Thank you. I'm afraid I must go now. Jeez. 3rd, giving. Liv properly buries Lindsay, Callie, Lena, and Stanley. Then she takes Matches and leaves Conservation Area 43. No, God. Yep. Oh, man. Along the journey, she remains silent, The voices of self-doubts overwhelm her mind. It isn't until she meets up with her companions that she finally picks herself up. Upon returning to Conservation Area 46, Liv gives the blood-stained note back to its owner. The boy has found his brother among the armed refugees. Holding the note in his arms, he starts crying. But just as she's expected, the people are hostile against the border collie. They want Liv to take him outside. Will I truly be able to change all this? Whether it is Matches and Stanley or the other memories buried deeper in her mind. The lives she couldn't save are like the sand in an hourglass, falling down to the bottom as every second passes. Even when she does catch a grain of sand, it will eventually meet the same tragic fate, just like Matches. Just like how Stanley didn't want Fantine to have a child. No one can change this world. Even survival is just extending the pain. I couldn't even help Commandant. At the thought of the unconscious Commandant, Liv starts to get overwhelmed by grief and despair. If Usabeni never wakes up, that means the mistake they made in the Puglia Forest Park ruins has cost the Commandant's life. Sorry. I'm sorry. But her apology and guilt can no longer reach that human. If Usabeni did wake up, what would the Commandant have told her? A long, long time ago, she too apologized for her inability. Back then, Usabeni said something to her. It is meaningful. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference. Although they may not seem so for the time being. It is only meaningless if you give up. Upon recalling this familiar voice, Liv feels much more at ease and calm. I must not give up yet. I have to push just a little further. She nods to herself, trying to recollect the strength to fight and help. But before Liv can shake off the negative thoughts, she hears a commotion from outside. No! It's Johnny. The others, The armed refugee holds a blood-stained cloth in his hand, struggling to catch his breath. Date died before he could finish his sentence. I don't even know where they are. Liv. Lucia wants to remind Liv, but realizes that she has already started the search. This is bad. There are only a few targets in the search area, and they are all severely infected by punishing virus. So they are all corrupted? They might not be within the search range. Perhaps they... The worst case scenario comes to her mind, but she doesn't want to say it out loud. When did they leave? About 10 hours ago. Shortly after you left, they took Fantine and drove your car to go outside. Why did they bring Fantine along? She said she had been pregnant for 39 weeks and had to find supplies to get prepared for the delivery. I tried to stop her, but she said the others didn't know what supplies she needed, so she had to be there herself. It has been 10 hours. I wonder if we can find them even if we split up the search. There's no need to waste your strength. They brought a pregnant woman with them. Date said something happened to Johnny and died in front of him. The only person who's still MIA instead of KIA is that woman. But we should go, Liv. Matches, you want to come along? Yes, take this dog with you too. He would have just wasted our food anyway if we didn't turn him into food first. Don't be sad, Liv. Vera told me border collies are very clever. He just might help us find our target. She knows Liv is still blaming herself for what happened. Before Liv gets overwhelmed by grief again, Lucia quickly brings her attention back to the task at hand. I have to go. It's 1 a.m. right now. I have to get going, but I enjoyed the stream. All right. Thanks for coming by, Light. Thanks for coming by. Have a good rest of your night. and I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed the stream. Do you know where we can find Fanti's luggage? I want to let Matches sniff it and remember her smell. Yes, I'll bring it here right away. Let's wind the time back to 10 hours ago. Grey Raven hasn't returned to Conservation Area 46. To search for supplies and get prepared for her delivery, Fantine gives a heads up to the constructs stationed in this conservation area and leaves with Johnny and the others. Protected by her companions, she manages to collect all the required supplies earlier than she expects. Being pregnant, she cannot move around too much, so she sits on the bench in the mall's square waiting. When are you streaming again? I'm not gonna stream tomorrow because I usually take a break from streaming tomorrow, but the day after that, so on Monday, I'll stream again. My schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Thursdays and Sundays, I take a break. Depending on your time zone. Looking at the setting sun, she rubs her hand against the blanket she just found and checks the supplies she will need when she delivers her child. Yeah, everything is here. She looks up into the distance and thinks about the future of her child as she waits for her companions to return. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring you into this world. She thinks about the harsh, cruel world and ponders the question. If only you could answer that question for me, my child. That'd be nice. Before meeting Stanley, someone had asked her the same question. Back then, she didn't hesitate to give a positive answer. Fantine grew up in an environment where she was constantly hungry and on the run. But even so, she considered herself a happy, lucky girl. She was loved by her family and her husband, and she wanted to share that feeling with her child. The two of them had planned out a future for their baby and worked very hard to make it happen. She remembers how she and her husband were crying tears of joy when they heard the news that they could stay in the conservation area. But everything came crumbling down after that disaster in the Puglia Forest Park ruins. Those who once loved her so much are now nothing but memories of the past. For most of them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no problem. And if you can't make it to any of my streams in the future, that's completely okay too. If you're too busy with stuff, completely okay. If you can only come by for just 5 seconds to say hi and then bye, that's completely okay as well. If things get worse, she won't even be able to protect herself, let alone her child. Is it really a good idea to bring our child into this world? She has lost count of how many times she ponders this question after that conversation with Stanley. Everyone is gone, and there's no home for me to go back to. If I lose this child as well. Tears start rolling in her eyes as Fantine thinks about the possibility that she has to live her life alone. Love goes both ways. She wants to love her child and be loved back. It's like I'm doing this for my own good. It is a selfish act to bring a new life into this cruel world just to not feel lonely and feel loved. That is not fair for this child. But how can we know for sure that this child will hate this world? Short and eventful as it is, her 27 years of life are beautiful thanks to her loved ones and especially her parents. No one knows what the future holds. So, who should make this decision? Are they good night or afternoon? Either way, enjoy. All right, thank you. Have a good night. As Fantine is thinking, a somewhat familiar voice comes from the corner of the alley. Run. Now. She looks toward where the raspy voice comes from and sees a staggering heterosapien. Fantine, run. Now. What is a heterosapien doing here? And why does it speak like a human? but Fantine has no time to think. Fortunately, its sound has caught Fantine's attention and she runs away before it is too late. She has read a lot of books and knows that running at 39 weeks of pregnancy could lead to early labor. She is not ready for seeing the baby yet, but at the moment, she has no choice but to run as fast as she can while holding her belly. God, please give me a little bit more time. Her pain gradually increasing, Fantine sprints with all her might toward the familiar street ahead. The heterosapien we defeated just now had the same sound as Johnny. We're too late. No news for Fantine yet. Let's keep searching. Okay. How long was she running? And how long did she pass out? 10 hours or more? Fantine has no idea. All she knows is that the moon has risen and the sun has set, concealing the blood stains on the road. The child in her arms, who should have been born in a clean room, slipped into this world unprepared and landed in the mud. Hello there, little one. It's a girl. Warm blood keeps flowing out from her body, and she feels colder and colder from the loss of blood. She doesn't have to know what is going on exactly. She can tell. There's no time to lose. Fantine trembles as she picks up the baby covered in blood and swaddles her in a soft blanket. Sorry, we have no choice. She struggles to reach out her hands to the most vulnerable part of the baby. The baby's neck is so soft and so delicate. Strangle it, and this little life, who has not yet seen the world, will have a quick and painless death. This little life will not have to wait in the long, cold night for help, nor will she have to face the terrible unknown. But it shouldn't be like this. She knows that children come into the world through their parents, not from them. You can give love to a child, but not ideas. The parent is the bow, and the child is the arrow of life that comes from the bowstring. This bow woman has long since understood her role, but still, she is determined to destroy her arrow. I have to make this choice for you, sweetie. You hate mommy, right? Sorry. Is it because she regrets her decision back then? Does she regret meeting her husband and conceiving this little life? Would she have lived a safe life if she hadn't been pregnant? Maybe. But I wouldn't have been as happy as I am now. Are you really happy? The first answer that comes to Fantine's mind is neither yes nor no. Before she can say anything, her hands betray her in a tremor and pat the baby instead. As if knowing her mother's grief, the baby responds with loud cries, announcing the arrival of a new life. I'm such a cowardly and selfish mother. Having you in this world is neither my happiness nor my torment, but my longing. The nearer death draws, the more she cannot part with this little life. In the cold moonlight, Fantine huddles in despair and makes a prayer to a being she has never believed in before. Please save this child. Let her live. Please give her enough time to choose wisely. Afterward, as if to answer her prayers, a loud bark comes from a short distance away. A pink figure comes and takes the glimmer of hope from Fantine's hands. Fantine! What's going on? This is postpartum bleeding. Liv carries a lot of medical supplies with her. She had thought about the situation of blood loss, but she shouted in the crowd and no one answered, so she had to come on her own to help. We can't do a blood transfusion now, even if I can stop the bleeding. Thank you, Liv. Liv doesn't want to hear thank you in this situation. No, I haven't done anything yet. Then, can I ask you for one thing? Yes, I'm listening. Take my baby away. Please let her live. Help her grow up and make sure she can think for herself and make her own decision. Liv looks at the baby in her arms once more. It is a miracle that this little girl is alive and kicking. Only after she is certain that her promise is not an empty one does Liv nod to Fantine. No problem. Thank you, Liv. The dying Fantine breathes a sigh of relief with a smile on her pale face. When she grows up, please tell her, Mommy and Daddy brought her into the world. Because we thought this world was as beautiful as it was turbulent. We would love to tell her about it ourselves, but we can't. We're useless. Sorry. Tears rolled down her smiling face. So, if in the future she tries her best to get what she wants, but still hates the world, tell her to go find Mommy and Daddy. Fantine, it's okay. Life is not supposed to be a bondage, but a force for good. The choice is hers. I want to name her Cosette. What do you think? Cosette. It's a beautiful name. Good. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. I've been looking forward to seeing her. Now, I see her, but I won't be there for her anymore. Fantine closes her eyes slowly. Her smile does not fade with her life, as if she is still repeating her last words to Liv. I don't regret giving birth to my baby girl. Do you also not regret dying? The boy's answer was written on paper. He wanted to help others. The woman's answer is pronounced. She gave birth to a life she held dear. The border collie sniffs the meeting of life and death here and makes a sad whimper. Both the boy and the woman, in their different situations with their different beliefs, made the same choice: to sacrifice themselves for the sake of another life. There was this boy who abhorred the future and had despised the life he saved. There was also this woman who embraced the future and a much-loved life she gave birth to. However faint the hope appeared, they both tried to stop the world from spiraling into a calamity. At this time, Liv finally understands what conviction and expectation are all about. Even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. Yes, that's right. Life is so short, but that doesn't make it meaningless. Every life leaves its unique mark on the world, passing itself on to the next life. Embracing the death of oneself and others is the true meaning of life, Liv thinks. Death gives life from one being to another being, to birds, beasts, insects, and flowers. And those lives, in turn, will give their lives to others through death. Life breeds life. Without death, life would not continue. The teary-eyed Liv is holding tiny Cosette and matches tightly. Yes, death is not an eternal departure. They live on in those people they cherish. Even if we may never see each other again, even if it makes us feel sad and regretful. We'll carry on despite the pain and never give up. With her sorrows vented, Liv feels nothing but resolve. I can make a difference. Whether it is human or construct, animal or insect, it is the diversity of life that makes the world so beautiful. That's why, Commandant said, even the smallest change and help can make a difference, although they may not seem so for the time being. I'll protect the hope that you gave your lives for. I won't let you down. I won't give up, no matter how insignificant my contribution seems. Just like I didn't give up until Magis helped me find Fantine and Cosette. Every life and every little effort count. We can make it. Wow. Look at that. That's Sunken and Scarlet done. Wow. Holy shit. It's a lot of dialogue. It was good. Man, that really messed me up. I'm not gonna lie. The old couple dying and Stanley being left alone like that got me messed up. That really did. Wow. Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, yeah. Dark and depressing, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. As I said earlier, the last gadget game I played that was this dark with its story, with its dialogue, with its characters, was Near Reincarnation. But again, unfortunately, that game has been shut down for months now. But you can view, but there are resources online for you to view the story if you are interested in it. But man, that was dark. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, that was part 1 of Surviving Lucem, Sunken in Scarlet. It's almost been 6 hours now. It's a lot of reading, and with only one combat node right here in the middle. But that's fine. I'm kind of used to that sort of thing after having played Genshin before and currently playing Star Rail. So I mean, I'm kind of just used to long pieces of dialogue with very minimal action happening. So it is what it is. And considering that this is only one part of 3 for Surviving Lucem, normally I do like 2 streams of PGR and then 2 streams of Divinity, but in this case, I am willing to make an exception because this is a long chapter. The next 2 streams will not be Divinity, but instead me continuing Surviving Lucem. Not tomorrow though, because I take a break from streaming on Sundays, but Monday and Tuesday I'll stream this again. Each of them separate. So Monday will be part 2, Tuesday will be part 3, the final part, Praying in Doomsday. So, crazy stuff. Man. Even Vera knows I'm tired. 6 hours of, well, not 6 hours, but like 5.5 hours of just straight reading. Man. Surprisingly, my voice doesn't feel all that thrashed, too, which is crazy to think about. And then again, I do have plenty of, like, beverages with me to keep me hydrated and keep my throat, you know, not destroyed. But that was good. Crazy story. Jesus Christ. All right. It's coming on close to the 6-hour mark. This is a good stopping point. Finished Sunken in Scarlet. Crazy story. Insane. I've been saying that so much, but like I just can't stress that enough. People people that play through Surviving Lucem, you were not kidding. This was heavy. This stuff was heavy, man. Good lord. Alright. So, with that being said, that will be it for me for tonight, for stream. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I hope you'll come by and go through the rest of the story with me on both Monday and Tuesday. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know anyone else that kind of just does these live readings for PGR's story. I don't know anyone else that does this. In fact, there was a time where I tried looking up if there were any like people that did like story summaries and stuff. There's a few stuff, but man, I feel like the story is just underrated. Underrated. I like learning about the world. I like seeing the development of certain characters and the development of the story, of course, as it progresses. It does indeed get crazier and crazier as you go down the line. Holy shit. But yeah. Again, I'm not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be streaming Lucem parts 2 and 3 on Monday, Tuesday, respectively. So, I hope I'll see you there. And I hope you didn't find my tiny bit low effort voice acting too cringe. I gotta somehow try and make it entertaining for people listening, right? So, hope you didn't mind that. So again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you on Monday and Tuesday for the rest of Surviving Lucem. A really good chapter. Alright. And as I leave, you can enjoy some bit of Lamia playing in the background. Alright. Thank you. Have a great rest of your weekend, everyone. Thank you. I'll see you on Monday and Tuesday. Bye-bye.